There was the final countdown. No more countdowns. Oh, I don't know what happened to Alan's thing then, but it started freaking out. Oh, it's working again. I think we're Thunderbirds a go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm
A
here.
bit short on the panel tonight.
Yeah, where's all the rest of the panel? There was the final countdown. No more countdown. That was me, sorry. Oh, wait a minute. We got somebody at the door. Who could that be? It's like those kids' TV shows in the old days. You know, you got to
Who
knock on the
could
door.
it be now?
Who could it be? Who could it be knocking at the door? Ah, that was shit. Let me think. Um, who could it be
Man
now
at work.
knocking on my door? Um, ah, shit.
Men at
No.
work.
Yeah, yeah, I'll get it. I'll get it.
Only me.
Yeah, men at work. Yeah, yeah. Monk's here. We can start now.
How you all doing?
You know you don't get paid for only coming every second show.
Crap, we get paid?
Shh, Terry,
That's news to me.
don't mention the
I-
pay.
I bet Monk gets paid twice as much as I do.
What's twice of nothing?
I don't know.
That's
I
exactly
exactly
what we
Riley.
meant.
I'll email O'Reilly and ask him.
Yeah, Riley needs to help us out with that one. Oh,
Looks good here. So Paul says today's famous scientist has won the Nobel Prize once. He was an American physicist.
Twice.
That's what I said. He was an American physicist who made significant contributions in the field of electronics and superconductivity.
And I see you've got that really super high-res image of them again there.
Yep.
It's definitely the same bloke. His hair's not the hair's the same style, same nose.
Not so sure about the nose, though.
You're not sure about the nose? Okay.
No, it looks a bit too straight.
He's got no eyebrows. I just noticed that.
conductivity.
Yeah, he is too. But what's that thing sticking out of his right ear?
Brains.
Oh, I think I know who it is.
You think?
Oh, gee, DM me in the chat.
Yeah, you got a DM, personal DM.
I'm just trying to think how to spell it.
Oh, I don't think about it.
I think I've got the first name. I think that's not too hard to guess from the number of letters.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 letters. Okay. 4 letters.
Jack.
Yeah, Jack. Yeah. Could be Jill, because we don't know if it's a male or a female, do we? Oh, he was.
I think
that
they
was a
use
clue.
those equations in the electric universe.
I don't think so.
No?
Has he got anything named after him? His name, like anything? Is that too big a clue, or?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
But he was very clever if he won the Nobel Prize twice.
Very
Twice.
clever.
Yeah, twice.
Because that means he made contributions in two different significant areas of physics.
Okay.
That's correct.
And the Nobel Prize thing's only been around for about 100 years, hasn't it?
Probably since Nobel died.
Oh, okay. I don't think I'm going to get it at all.
Which I think is late 1900s, isn't it?
Electronics. Well, it's so if it's electronics, it has to be at least from the late 40s, 50s.
He shared the Nobel Prize with another couple of guys. for inventing something in electronics which revolutionized electronics?
Casual
One of
space.
those other guys would have been Schottky, wouldn't they?
Casual space Matt's giving you a guess, Paul.
Did you call him Space Matt?
Yeah, his name's Matt.
He's
And he's the casual
not right.
space. He used to be the casual space person, so Space Matt.
Okay. I like it.
I don't know.
I
I don't know.
approve.
I don't know if Matt likes it or not, but that's what I call him.
Paul, would one of his co-Nobel laureates be Schottky?
No comment. That makes it too easy.
Are you going to be a peanut, Matt, today, or are you going to are you joining the panel today, or you're at work?
So I don't want to Google it, and I don't really do names too well.
I don't mind if you Google it, because you're actually Googling. You're not reverse looking up an image this time. You're actually Googling based on what you think it should be.
I'm just making a coffee, but I'll be listening. But you'll just have to ad lib for 30
Sure.
seconds.
No worries. I'll just have another slice of this delicious pizza. And yes, aka Matt has it correct. AKA Casual Space Matt has it correct.
So
Well done, that man.
yeah. Well done. So I was right with William Schottky being the
Yes.
one of the co
Yes.
laureates.
Yeah, and he won the first Nobel Prize for co-inventing the transistor.
Whoa, that is impressive.
Exceptionally.
Now I can put a
Okay,
proper
so-
picture up there, can't I?
John Bardeen, man. I wonder how big it was, the first transistor.
Pretty large, because it was a point contact transistor. So
Yeah.
it was.
Probably in a big old can.
It was a significantly large device.
Yes,
It was a
he
bit
looks
like a
intelligent.
point contact diode with a. So the old cat's whisker diode.
Yep.
But it had a. The P and N. It also had P and N type doping in the crystal. So
Do you want us just to pretend we know what you're talking about, Alan?
I'm following.
Basically, you have a. Well, actually, I think the earliest ones were germanium rather than silicon. But basically, you have the crystal, which is an insulator, and you introduce impurities into it, and they can either be a negative charge carrier, in which case it would make a N-type semiconductor, or it can be a positive charge carrier when it becomes a P-type semiconductor. And then you do this so that you then have a junction where it changes from N-type carrier to P-type carrier, and then you have another junction where it changes back again, and you put connections in each one, and you can use the current going in the middle to control the total current flowing through the whole thing, essentially. That's what a transistor does.
And doped. So one of the interesting things about that, interesting to me when I was first learning electronics, along the junction between the P and N doped, you get an area called the depletion layer, where the free electrons on one side, on the positive side, travel over and neutralize against the holes essentially on the other.
Yeah.
And what you get is a neutralized crystal lattice in the middle where the power just can't go through, which makes them great for diodes. But the revolution of putting an additional layer on the other side to form the transistor was amazing.
I believe the early point contact ones literally used like a cat's whisker in the depletion layer.
Yep.
To do that same effect.
It's kind of fun when you realize that a lot of these things were worked out and built and designed originally without a real knowledge of what was actually going on at the quantum level.
Yeah. Well, you don't really have to have an understanding of what's going on at the quantum level to realize that you can make a transistor. But it does help, it does help if you want to make very small transistors.
Or try and figure out how FETs work. Those things are magic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just think of FET. Well, see, I learned valve theory before I learned transistor theory. So going from a valve to a bipolar transistor, it's completely different because you're looking at, with a valve, you're looking at a voltage controlled device, and looking at a bipolar transistor, you're looking at a current controlled device.
Yep.
Whereas when you go back to the FET, you're essentially back to a voltage controlled device, just like a valve. Because the way we learned before you get into all the small detail stuff that you mentioned that I can't get out of my head. If you don't go to that level, you can
like depletion layers and such.
You can just think of the FET as being like a big triode.
Yeah.
Where you increase the voltage on the gate, and that essentially induces an electric field, which reduces the size of the area that can conduct electricity through the middle. And if you reduce the diameter of the pipe, you can't put so much current through it, can you?
Correct. Actually, it's amazing how much of electrical theory maps directly onto hydraulic theory.
Yes, I know.
It's how I explained electronics to my fitted brother who was deep into his hydraulics and stuff. And I'm like, he's trying to do electronics and he's stupid. Oh, well, I'll just map it into hydraulics. He understands that. And then he took off into the distance and proved to me that he wasn't dumb after all.
Well, sometimes it just helps to have some way of imagining, of visualizing something in your head so that you can get what's going on. And imagining charge flowing through the wires like a liquid flowing through a pipe is a really good analogy that most people can cope with.
What really got me though was when I was explaining why it is that Like, for example, high frequencies flow around the outside of a wire rather than through the core of the wire. And he branched that into talking about laminar flow versus turbulent flow, and I'm like, actually, that really works. There's more analogies in it than we realize.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that one, I must admit. And the fact that high frequencies want to go around the outside is the whole reason why we use waveguide.
Yep.
For high power RF, or high frequency RF. Because if it's going to run around the outside, you might as well take the middle out, mightn't you?
Exactly.
But of course, then it doesn't actually run. Then it doesn't actually run around the outside of the wire. It literally forms a standing. It literally forms an EM field down the pipe, which is why waveguides also have to be correctly sized for the frequency they're using.
Exactly. It's all fascinating stuff, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, righto. I've put the water and wine problem out there amongst the peanuts, so they're thinking about it.
Oh.
I need to get the peanuts up. Just give me a minute. Sorry, Peanuts. I don't intentionally ignore you. I just don't generally have YouTube running at the same time.
I usually just pop the side chat out and just have that out.
Yeah, don't ignore the peanuts, otherwise we'll have a peanut riot.
Peanut plague.
They'll start throwing stuff at us, won't they?
So Pip can't join, Space Matt can't join.
Farmers is at work.
Farmers is at work. I don't know about Tony, where he is, if he's online or not. Phil's out in the chat. He's always free.
Well, maybe if we say stuff that's really, really wrong, eventually Tony will come in.
Well, egregiously wrong rather than just not quite.
So it has to be with geophysics or something else. I wonder if he'd have an explanation of the coal for our Industrial Revolution component to do with the coal. I wonder if he's got anything in that area that he could talk about.
Is that Tony or Phil?
No, it'd be Tony more because he's geo.
No, Tony's a mathematician that deals with a lot of geological data.
Yeah,
I think
that's
so.
Geology.
He's pretty good at that bits of geology where it overlaps. I believe that's what he's said in the past, anyway.
Yep.
Phil's got a meeting soon.
Because I can understand why a geologist or whatever type of whatever of these sciences might need to go to a mathematician to get them to help with data, with the numbers of it, and of course the mathematician then has to pick up a fair bit of whatever it is they're helping with practicably, don't they?
Yeah, we must let Professor Phil get to his meeting because he's going to save India from the consequences of global warming.
Yeah. Now, wouldn't it be nice if we could really talk to John Bardeen?
It would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Or any of the other guests, you've appeared as.
Hmm.
Well, if you could talk to John Bardeen, that'd make you a psychic.
I was just going to say that for most of them we'd have to be
Yeah.
psychic.
Yeah.
Who was the
Or a medium.
last? Who was the last Nobel Prize winner, and what was their field of invention or discovery?
Terry, there's lots of Nobel Prizes awarded every year, so
Oh, okay, that's not
and
just the
there's a
one.
prize.
That's not just.
There's Nobel Prizes awarded for chemistry, physics, biology,
No, not biology.
isn't there?
No, I don't think so. Just medicine, I think.
Oh, okay. I thought the medicine. Oh, is it medicine? It's medicine only then, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Google would be my friend, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I think there's one in literature too.
There is.
Hmm.
Now I've got to open up something for our topic tonight. How do I get that out? So I've got a video. Where's the video? Creative Commons. It's safe to play. Reuse allowed, but we can stop it. Goes for 9 minutes something, but we can stop that. Or we can stop that and discuss it periodically.
Yeah.
So that's the video. Now the text that we're going to read is that one. I think it's that one.
Nobel Prizes are physiology or medicine, peace, chemistry, economic sciences, physics, literature.
Yep.
So you guys.
And of course, there's the Ig Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
That's going to be no good. They won't be able to see that out there. They can see that.
That might be a good topic for Media Derp one day, the Ig Nobel Prize.
Yeah, and you can't.
Absolutely.
And you can't win a Nobel Prize posthumously, which is why when the award for identifying the structure of DNA was made, the lady that was part of the team isn't nominated because she'd passed away between the discovery being made and the prize being awarded.
I think that's big enough to read. So we could have a Pommy read it, we could have a Kiwi read it, we could have a Queenslander read it, we could have a Victorian read it, or a New South Welshman read it. Better share it to use internally, otherwise you've got no idea what we're doing. Oh, yeah.
Sounds like an average day.
Yes.
For me,
Mark.
anyway.
Oh, okay. There we go. I don't need to have that going. I can get rid of that.
Oh, Terry's got a citation.
Yes, exactly. I was going to mention that. You'll say citation needed, and I go, well, as
There
a
it
matter
is.
of fact.
Wouldn't the video have gone better first, Terry?
Would it have?
Yeah, I think the video would fit in better first, and then we'll look at this.
Okay.
Oh, it looks like. Have you seen the message from Wally in the side chat?
Terry, John sent you some unlisted porn to the new video. Oh, sorry, link.
Link.
Sorry.
Link, porn, same thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. I got to watch out for that, Wally. All right, I'll swap that. Well, if that's a Wally video, we don't play them until after media derp and all that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just remind me after then we've got a Wally out there.
Yeah, I'll remind you.
So you want the video first, okie dokie.
I think we should do the video first. Yeah.
Okay. I'll rewind the roll on the film. Set the projector up. Remember the old days when you had the projector? It's class.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course I did.
It must be a small format because it's not big enough. That's not going to work either. It'll have to do. You ready, boys and girls and peanuts?
Press play.
I don't know about music. That's always a bit suspect.
I think their music should be okay
one of the
because
greatest
it's
transformations in
very
human history. Arguably, it has changed how humans live more than any event since the agricultural revolution. Industrialization, producing goods on a scale beyond what could be made in the home, has helped to shape the kind of work we do today. It led to fewer farmers, fewer artisans, and more people in well-paid jobs in factories, or in jobs that support factories. It changed where we live, moving us from rural villages or small towns into apartments and houses in big cities. It even influenced how our days are structured. The school bell and the factory whistle and shift work reshaped our understanding of time. It gave us a world of mass-produced stuff, from clothing to tools to iPhones, all obtainable only with money we earn from our industrial jobs. And increasingly,
Everybody likes stuff.
it affects
indeed,
the very air
everybody likes stuff.
Everyone likes
we
stuff.
breathe and the water we drink. And since the Industrial Revolution began in the 18th century, these changes have happened more rapidly and spread to more places around the world. How did the Industrial Revolution begin? To answer that question, we are going to focus on the region where it all started, Northern England.
I was hoping the map
Bloody
would
Northerners.
I was hoping the map would be a bit better than that, but
I would
To
actually
that
call
question,
that the
we are going
North
to focus on the
Midlands,
region
but
where
there
it
you
all
go.
started.
there.
But yeah, that's what us Southerners call up north.
Oh, up north. Well, it's a bit over there to the west. Don't seem to be any in the arse end of England for some
No,
reason.
there's nothing over my way.
No.
There was a bit of coal production down in Kent on the south, in the southeast corner,
Right.
but
Yep.
most of the stuff was done in the bit between sort of like Liverpool and around Manchester, and then South Yorkshire and Derbyshire.
And what's that big black patch over on the west side then? Is that Wales?
You've got South Wales, Yeah, you got the strip along South Wales where the coalfields are, and
And the big bit in the middle
yeah,
area there.
yeah, that big patch in the middle there. Yeah, well, David Nicol. I'm a Londoner, so it's definitely up north. I might be a bit up north now because I am in east. I am in northeast Norfolk, but you know, it's people what call up north. It's actually apart from the bit up by Newcastle, which is the bit right at the very top, on the top sort of top northeast coast. Most of it's actually not that much past the Midlands.
Newcastle being the actual north.
Yeah, Newcastle being the actual north.
It seems to be cut off pretty smooth there, that bit in the middle, like across the top part of it, like as if they've just stopped at a certain point. In
Yeah, that's called the English. That's called the English-Scottish border.
Okay.
If you took the map away, it'd be a particularly challenging Rorschach.
John says no dragon outlines. How uninteresting is Great Britain? Okay.
Yeah, we haven't got any. We've got the white worm, but I can't remember where the white worm comes from. Any other Brits out in the peanut gallery remember the white worm story?
Oh, David Nichols in Scotland. Bit cold up there?
Probably. It's cold enough down here in Norfolk.
Mm-hmm.
Started northern England. It was here that the coal-fired steam engine, the textile factory, and the other elements of modern industrialization first all came together in the mid-18th century. But why was this part of England specifically at the heart of these incredible and turbulent transformations? I'm here at the Cap House Colliery at the National Coal Mining Museum to begin the search for answers to that question.
Did he say where it was? He just said it was the museum, didn't he?
Cap House Colliery is what he said.
Is Cap
I
House
suppose
the
you're going to
name?
want us. I suppose you're going to want us to Google for that now, aren't you?
I think I'd like to. I'd like to know whereabouts it is situated in regards to the...
West Yorkshire.
Yeah, I thought it might be West Yorkshire. Do you know why? Because that's in the middle of the biggest coalfields in England.
Yeah, near Wakefield in West Yorkshire, apparently.
Yeah.
Question. This is a colliery, a mine from which coal is extracted. Coal fueled the Industrial Revolution. It was coal that made new steam engines possible. And it was these new steam engines that powered industrial factories, trains, and steamships. The first steam engines were rudimentary and were not invented in Britain. They were first invented in China, some 100 years before the Industrial Revolution. So why did steam-powered industrialization take off in Britain and not China? Some historians argue Britain had a unique set of environmental factors that made coal-fired steam power cheap and easy here. First, Britain had very large coal deposits. The coal was also quite near the surface. That means they were easy to mine with 18th century technology. The only problem was that these mines sometimes filled up with water, but steam engines solved that problem. The first steam engines in England, which were very inefficient, were in fact used to pump water out of coal mines. They were so inefficient that they were only useful in a place where coal was pretty much free, at the head of the mines. In addition, British coal mines were close to cities, where factories and cheap labour to work in them were in ready supply. Finally, Britain is quite flat, which made it possible to build canals to connect the cities to the coal. I'm here
Just
with...
pause a second.
Yeah, I was going to say the flatness. You can attest to that, Alan, for where you are.
Yeah, but I mean, actually, where a lot of this goes on, there are decent numbers of hills, and most of the cities actually grew where they did because of the Industrial Revolution, rather than the cities already being there.
Yeah. Well, that's usually the way with a lot of civilizations. They grew around.
Because the other great thing of the Industrial Revolution was the cotton mills, and the cotton mills around Halifax, and Halifax itself grew up as a town where it did, was because they were able to power the cotton mills with water wheels, because Halifax is in the Yorkshire Dales, in the hills, where they've got good constant supplies of fast moving water to turn the water wheels. And a lot of the mills in that area stayed water powered for a very long time, because why have a steam engine when you can have free hydropower?
Miro's saying I'm late. What did I miss? You join in a minute, but he gets first prize for being here first. And he said, I win a pizza with pineapple. And then David's going straight away afterwards. Pizza, pineapple, with a circle with a line through it. Yuck. So, there you go. So this is the actual mine that they're at. So it must still be... It's a big mine if they're walking down it like that.
Yeah, I mean, remember when you put it, apart from at the actual coal face, you need to have large tunnels, because you've got to have railway tracks. Then you've got horses or pit ponies pulling the carts underground to get the stuff you've dug out from the face to the lift. So yeah, the main galleries are quite large.
Alan has 459 feet and 2.5 inches underground to find out about the importance of coal and what life was like for miners. So why was coal important for the Industrial Revolution in Britain?
Well, they discovered it could make steam. There's no steam without coal. Coal were important, and obviously steam, it were used to generate pumps, steam engines to wind men in and out at mine. The first cars were steam, yeah? So it's been a massive part of this country's history and helped to make it what it is today. Without coal and steam, well, this country won't be as great as what it is today.
So how was the coal taken out of the mine, and where did it go?
Well, in early days, it was taken out of mine by manual labour. Women, children, anybody that needed employment were employed in the mines.
In the early days, when they started getting into what you'd call, you might think it's a deep mine, 140 metres, there was a big bucket called a kibble, yeah? That would be lowered down, loaded up, and then they'd have a horse on a rope going around a wheel gin, which lifted the coal. Slow process, but still managed to get it out.
And obviously they started shallow and then they went deeper and deeper as technology progressed. The turning point was steam power, really. Because the coal burnt in steam boilers to produce steam power, which then motivated the production of coal, because we could pump water out at ground and we could go deeper and deeper into thicker and more productive seams.
The availability of coal wasn't the only reason that Britain was uniquely suited to industrialisation. For better or for worse, Britain was a nation with a long history of trade. In particular, Britain had been in the textile industry for centuries, raising sheep, turning their wool into cloth, and selling that cloth to Europe and the wider world. In 1700, about 70% of British exports were woolen products. So, it was a short but significant step from the kinds of small-scale textile production in the pre-industrial era to the large textile mills of the industrial era. I've come to Nottingham in the Midlands.
I was just going to say, prior to the Industrial Revolution, England's second city was Norwich in East Anglia, based on the wool trade.
Bah.
That very quickly changed to Birmingham and the East and West Midlands.
Hey, Dartman.
Of England to find out more about the role of textiles in the development of the Industrial Revolution. I'm here at the Lace Hall with Richard Braun. So Richard, what kinds of textiles were produced here in Nottingham?
Lace, mainly lace. After 200 lace factories, only one actually running still in Nottingham.
So how was lace produced before the Industrial Revolution?
Most likely by hand. Then they produced the machine which you had to power it yourself with moving pedals and things like this. And then they produced the first lace machine, which was powered by a shaft driven by a steam engine.
I think that was the first
punch cards.
I was going to say
Punch cards, yeah.
The first
Produced
computer.
The first lace machine.
Yeah, the computer-driven machine.
Yeah, well, not computer-driven, but actually, they're not even cards. They're strips of wood that they punch the holes in. But yeah, it's punch card controlled.
Pretty sure that these machines ultimately led to the development of the, or at least the theorization of the computing engines, the mechanical ones.
Yeah, I mean, it was. These were the things that gave Babbage his idea for his analytical computer.
Yep.
Which was powered by a shaft driven by a steam engine. And then after that, it went from steam engine to an electric motor.
Beyond commodities, Britain had finance. Partly because of the long history of textile production, Britain had lots of merchants and other people who financed and made money from trade. These people became increasingly powerful in British government over many centuries. As a result, by the 18th century, British laws were very friendly to those in industry and trade. The country had a number of banks that supported new industrial ventures, and there were lots of laws to protect private property. The availability of finance and legal protections encouraged people in England to take risks and invest in new enterprises like factories. Some of the most important of the new laws were patent laws, which protected people's rights to profit from their new inventions, such as the machines that run the collieries and mills. Another reason that factory owners in England adopted machines so rapidly was because wages were so high here compared to many other parts of the world. As a result, it was too expensive to...
Well, that's depending on...
Scary looking graph, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
13 grams of silver. Oh, so you got paid in silver?
Well, no, but it's
The equivalent.
At that period of time, grams of silver would be the only sensible method of calculating effective wages
Between countries, yeah.
Yeah, between because there's no, there was no standardized currency at the time.
No big banks of computers keeping track of whose money is worth what.
Yeah.
How do you know if you're rich then?
Because you had a big pile of silver or gold. Interesting thing I learned the other day. Apparently, they reckon at the moment there is £1,000 in cash in circulation in Great Britain for every person.
Is that all?
I'd like to know where the hell. Yeah, no, this is.
Where's
cash.
your 1,000?
Yeah,
This is cash. This is pound notes pound coins, and notes, but cash in circulation. There is £1,000 of cash in circulation for every man, woman, and child in the country. And I want to know where
kind of
it's
incredible.
gone. Yeah, because like most people don't have more than maybe £20 or £30 in cash at any one time.
That's probably why they made the saying up, the buck stops here. Yeah, I'd like it to stop
So
here.
I want to know all those people who've got mattresses stuffed full of cash.
Yeah.
Or how many shady deals are being financed by that cash?
Mm.
Yeah. Yes, because that's of course why the government would like to move to a cashless economy, isn't it? So, yeah,
Certainly part of it, yeah. But that's also what's driving Bitcoin and stuff like that at the moment.
Yeah.
People trying to get away from cash because governments don't like it anymore.
I think.
You know, the only thing that's going to happen if we go to cashless, we'll end up going backwards and we'll go to barter system to replace the actual cash part.
I haven't touched a note in months, so I think a lot of us would get along fine.
Yeah, I mean, most of us would get along fine. And of course, I think that's also part of the reason why certainly one of the reasons why the British government has changed all the notes of late, and seem to do so fairly regularly, is so that they can get that cash out, get the cash out of circulation that people have got stashed away, because of course, if they change the notes, you've then got to replace all the notes that you've got, haven't you?
But without the actual physical cash, the monetary system and finance system will just be numbers then, wouldn't it?
Well, it is now, really.
Yeah.
It does make it a lot more difficult, though, to function outside of the credit card and debit card economy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what it's like in England, but here, any average weekend, you drive around for 5 minutes and you're bound to see half a dozen garage sales. That's really hard to do if nobody's actually carrying any cash on them.
Yes, we have things called car boot sales, where you get a field and you take your rubbish and you sell your rubbish to other people.
Your unwanted treasures.
Yeah. One man's trash is another man's treasure.
Indeed. And to be fair, we've all found something at a garage sale or a car boot sale that
even on the side of the road, but I didn't pay for it.
Given us some delight. Yes, but that's technically theft, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, not here. It doesn't seem to matter here.
Actually, if it's in your bin, well, it used. I'm sure it used to be that if it was in your bin, that indicated that you've given up possession of it. But now, apparently, councils in England are trying to claim that if you put it in the bin to put out for the rubbish collection, that makes it the council's property.
Yeah, we have like every year or so they do a curbside. We used to, when I was a kid, it was the inorganic, right? It's all the stuff that you wouldn't throw out in your rubbish bin. And you'd get furniture and dead electronics, lots of televisions and that sort of thing. And apparently, every time it comes around now, there's all sorts of advertising saying that when you put the stuff out, it's the property of the council, and so you're not allowed to go around and just pick up whatever you like because that's theft.
Yeah.
Which I find a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah, some councils contract out to certain people. They sort of give them the right. They sell them the right to go around and scavenge things. So if those people have paid for that privilege, like paid the council for that privilege, then of course they're going to get shitty if you have people just roaming the streets picking up what they could be picking up.
Which I've done since I was a kid. Oh, look, there's an organic. Let's go and see what we can find.
Business owners looked for ways to save money by having machines do the work instead. You might consider the rise of AI and robots that do the work of humans today pretty similar thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
I think exactly similar thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a natural extension.
Yeah, going right back to the windmill thing when we were looking at for the grinding the flour, and And all that, Alan, went for how easy it would have been.
Any sort of mechanisation that is the drive for it. Is because you haven't got to pay somebody, be that when you're paying them cash money, or you have to feed them and look after them.
Yeah. Anything from ploughing the field, even to things like that.
Some historians think that Britain's industrialisation wasn't principally a result of these internal factors at all, but rather really a result of its place in global networks of trade and at the head of a vast empire. The list of global contributions to industrialisation proposed by historians is a long one. Some historians argue that profits made from the trade in enslaved Africans and their labour on Caribbean plantations helped fund technological innovations like the steam engine. Others point out that food grown or fished in the American colonies by settlers, often taught by indigenous people, flooded into Britain, allowing people there to concentrate on factory work rather than farming. Similarly, natural resources flowed into Britain from their colonies. Timber and cotton were particularly important, but also the colonies were a captive market for British industrial products once British factories began to produce them. All of these factors, money, food, resources and markets, may well have spurred industrialisation in Britain first. The Industrial Revolution helped to make Britain a global power and create the largest territorial empire in history. Slavery, the exploitation of workers at home and abroad, and questionable trade arrangements were fueled by technology, personal ingenuity, geography, and the laws of the land. The term Industrial Revolution can hide these unique elements coming together that not only changed the lives of everyone involved, but also the lives of everyone who came after.
He was mentioning about how, I'd have to rewind it, but he said either the slave trade took away people from doing farms, and that led them to work in the factories, but you still got farms. You still got farms over there and ploughed fields and all over the place.
But in order to but the point is that with industrialisation, you get a large population that's not producing its own food. Therefore, the farmers have to produce more food to feed those people, and Britain could not feed itself if we had. I mean, let's face it. One of the reasons we need, one of the biggest problems we had during both the First and Second World War was importing enough food to feed the population from the block, because of the German U-boat blockades. That was what you have to remember is most of the ships coming across the Atlantic in the convoys were not carrying troops and arms and stuff. They were carrying food to feed everybody. Because, Britain never, since the Industrial Revolution, Britain has not been able to feed itself pretty much. We rely on imported food.
It's a precarious position to be in.
Yes. Obviously, so I'll use the Second World War as an example. We turned over basically they turned over as much land as possible to food production. People who lived somewhere with gardens, they were encouraged to just dig everything up and plant especially sort of potatoes and other stuff that you could grow that provide you with bulk fibre and protein and what have you. So potatoes and that sort of stuff. You had the land girls, the land army, where they essentially all the single women were either put into factories to work in the factories, or they were sent to work on the land. Almost to the point of being conscripted. Essentially, if you weren't doing war work, everybody was doing war work during World War II. They were either working to produce food, or they were working in the factories, the women and the men who were not in the armed forces themselves. Because obviously obviously one of the things you can't do is you can't replace skilled labour with unskilled labour. So you can't call up all of the men to fight in the army, because you still need some. You need to keep skilled workers at home to keep producing, either keep producing food, producing stuff for the factories, because skilled workers take a long time to produce, don't they?
They do. But there was a lot of women stepped in to fill the roles in less skilled employment, and eventually worked their ways into the skilled roles as well.
Indeed. I mean,
because all of the able-bodied men that could be released to fight were needed.
Yes. I mean, it started in World War One.
Yep.
And that was the big change and indeed the end of World War One was a big change in society in Great Britain, and World War Two finished it off. So after World War Two, women expected to be able to go out and work, and married women often, would it was not that change of married women not going to work to married women going to work, was a big thing that's happened since the end of World War Two.
Right. Oh, back on track. I got this citation, which is what flirters don't like the word.
Citation needed.
Yeah, that's it.
There it is.
There it is. There's your citation. Coal mines in the Industrial Revolution. It looks like it was only, I don't know if that's the date it was written or not.
So it's
history learning site, UK. There we go. Who would like to start us off? I got a very ruddy nose, and I'm blowing. I've got a
okay. I'll go first for a couple of paragraphs.
Yes, I'll have to end up blowing my nose again. I haven't got a problem. I think it's just sinus, like what do you call it, pollen.
I have a glass of water to hand to wet my whistle to keep me
like a hay
properly.
fever. Yeah, it's been windy for the last 2 or 3 days, and I woke up this morning. Yeah.
And it is spring.
Yeah. Or autumn. It's autumn here. What are you talking about? It's autumn. It's very autumn.
You have fake seasons over there.
They're all backwards.
Okay. Coal mines in the Industrial Revolution. Coal was needed in vast quantities for the Industrial Revolution. For centuries, people in Britain had made do with charcoal if they needed a cheap and easy way to acquire fuel. Although charcoal is actually still very good. Sorry. What industry that existed before 1700 used coal, but it came from coal mines that were near the surface?
That'd be the phone, Reg.
That'd be the phone, Reg. Okay, I'll read for a little bit.
Who'd like to continue?
Yeah, I'll read down as far as I can see, down to the next other paragraph. So for centuries, people in Britain had made do with charcoal if they needed a cheap and easy way to acquire fuel. What industry that existed before 1700 used coal, but it came from coal mines that were near to the surface, and the coal was relatively easy to get to. The Industrial Revolution changed all this. Before the Industrial Revolution, 2 types of mines existed: drift mines and bell pits. Both were small-scale mines, and the coal which came from these type of pits was usually locally in homes and in local industry. However, as the country started to industrialise itself, more and more coal was needed to fuel steam engines and furnaces. The development of factories by Arkwright and the improvement of the steam engine by Watt I thought he invented the light bulb. Further increased demand for coal. As a result, coal mines got deeper and deeper, and coal mining became more and more dangerous. Coal shafts could go hundreds of feet into the ground. Once a coal seam was found, the miners dug horizontally. However, underground, the miners faced very real and great dangers. Ooh.
I'm back, Terry.
That's okay. We started without you. Whose turn?
By the way,
hey,
you mentioned Watt and said you thought he invented the light bulb. The unit Watt is named after the James Watt because of his work with power and steam.
Yeah, I know.
Power.
I just said it as a joke.
Yeah,
oh dear.
I know. Oh.
Here, read this paragraph since you didn't finish the last one.
Sorry, my brain isn't working too well this morning.
Oh, okay. Well, stick your finger in your ear.
Yeah, I will. So even with Watt's improved steam engine, gas flooding was a real problem in mines. Explosive gas, called fire damp, would be found the deeper miners got. One spark from a digging miner's pickaxe or candle could be disastrous. Poisonous gases, called black damp and after damp, could also be found. Underground pit collapses were common too. The sheer weight of the ground above a worked coal seam was colossal, and mines were only held up by wooden beams called props. Regardless of all these dangers, there was a huge increase in the production of coal in Britain. Very little coal was found in the south, but vast amounts were found in the Midlands, the north and northeast, and parts of Scotland. Because coal was so difficult and expensive to move, towns and other industries grew up around the coal mining areas so that the workers came to the coal regions. This in itself was to create problems, as these towns grew without any obvious planning or thought given to the facilities the miners and their families would need. Scroll me up and then I'll read the increase in coal production.
There's not much more to go after this.
So in 1700, the total coal production in the UK was 2.7 million tonnes. That had nearly doubled by 1750 to 4.7 million. By 1800, it had doubled again to 10 million, and in the next 50 years, it would increase by a 50-fold to 50 million tonnes.
You mean fivefold?
Fivefold.
Sorry, I do mean fivefold, don't I? And by 1900, it had increased
fivefold again
to 250 million tonnes. Thank you. I had that one I'd got right.
Okay, whose turn is it? Monk, you want to go? There's not too many big words in here.
Well, just before I do, the word damp used in mining terminology comes from the German and means vapors. And it was any gaseous buildup.
Oh, didn't know that.
There you go. How did the miners try to overcome the dangers they faced? To clear mines of gas, be it explosive or poisonous, a crude system of ventilation was used. To assist this, young children called trappers would sit underground opening and shutting trapdoors which went across a mine. This allowed coal trucks through, but it also created a draft, and it could shift a cloud of gas. However, it was very ineffectual. It was also believed that a system of trapdoors might help to stop the blast of an explosion, damaging more of the coal mine. It was not until 1807 when the problem was eased when John Buddle invented an air pump to be used in mines. Flooding was a risk that was out of control of the miners, as even Watt's steam engine could not cope if a mine had a serious flood. Likewise, pit props could only take a certain amount of strain. The risk of an explosion was reduced by Sir Humphrey Davy with the invention of a safety lamp in 1815, which meant that a miner could have light underground, but without having to use the exposed flame of a candle. The lamp became known as the miner's friend. It gave off light, but wire gauze acted as a barrier between the heat given off and any gas it might have contact with. Regardless of these developments, mining remained very dangerous. A report on deaths in coal mines to Parliament gave a list of ways miners could be killed. Falling down a mine shaft on the way down to the coalface, falling out of the bucket bringing you up after a shift, being hit by a fall of dug coal falling down a mine shaft as it was lifted up, drowning in the mine, being crushed to death, killed by explosions, suffocation by poisonous gas, being run over a tram carrying dug coal in the mine itself. In one unnamed coal mine, 58 deaths out of a total 349 deaths in 1 year involved children 13 years or younger. Life for all those who worked underground was very hard.
Yeah. The mortality rate, if you were
Sounds
young, yeah, you wouldn't want to be young, would you? What have we got left? We've got
Still me?
Yeah, we've only got...
That statistic probably doesn't include all the people that actually died from things like miner's lung and stuff like that.
Oh, no, of course
once they'd left the mine, yeah.
It was just the people in the mine when they died that got counted.
Yeah, you didn't have, you weren't thinking of dying afterwards. You were just worried about dying while you were there.
Yeah, well, it probably explains why at that point the average age probably still wasn't much more than 35 or 40.
Am I continuing?
If you want, it's up to you. Where were you up to?
I can continue unless Mr. Bardeen would like to have a go.
Sure, I'll have a go if you want. So I'm reading from the top there, am I?
Yeah, in 1842.
Righto. Okay. In 1842, Parliament published a report about the state of coal mining, the Mines Report, and its contents shocked the nation. The report informed the public that children under 5 years of age worked underground as trappers for 12 hours a day and for 2 pennies a day. Older girls carried baskets of dug coal, which were far too heavy for them and caused deformities in these girls.
Oh.
One girl, Ellison Jack, aged 11, claimed to the Commission of Inquiry that she had to do 20 journeys a shift, pushing a tub, you lost me place now, pushing a tub which weighed over 200 kilos, and if she showed signs of slacking, she would be whipped. Children had to work in water that came up to their thighs, while heavily pregnant women worked underground as they needed the money. One unnamed woman claimed that she gave birth on one day and was expected by the mine manager to be back at work that very same day.
Oh.
Such was the need to work. There was no social security at the time. She did as the manager demanded. Such a shocking report led to the Mines Act of 1842.
Which we will get to at another point. So it wasn't very safe to work in a mine back then, but the safety things were getting done, which we'll get into later.
There was very little difference, it seems, between people who were working in those sort of conditions and outright slaves. And in fact, it could be argued that slaves had it better because slaves being property had value.
But why were they only... The only thing I can think of what they were using children for was because such are the narrow places they had to get into. Maybe that's why they used children, or is it because that was the only labour force available? Or
no, they were cheap.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was the third option.
2 pennies a day. I guess there would be a lot of demand as well. And there'd be a lot of demand for labour that the adult population would be better utilised doing the actual hard draft of carving the stuff off the walls.
But mining wasn't the only industry that to take advantage of cheap wages with children. It was in the factories where they were doing the textile industry, and that they had a lot of the young ones working in those places too.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know that because obviously in a textile mill, you've got lots of dust problems, and dust dust explosions are actually quite common. So of course you've got to keep the place clean, including under the machinery. So you can employ little children to do that because, like you say, they can get under the machinery to keep it clean while it's running.
Oh yeah, you don't want to stop your production just so that you can get a kid in there.
Yeah. Or so you can clean under it.
Yeah. And there were plenty of kids around. I mean, it's not like they were important or anything.
Yeah, and it didn't matter if the kid come out in one piece or not, as long as it was cleaned.
Well, actually, you don't really want the child the plan is not to have the child injured, because that would stop production on the machine while they sorted that out. Because you can't, you don't want blood all over the nice white cotton you're producing.
Not any thought for the child itself, but for the impact on production.
Yes.
Humans, eh? We're a nasty bunch.
Yeah. As you say, Mark, in fact, slaves may well have been better off in the being property they had value.
Not to at all, lighten the impact of slavery, which was a horrific thing.
Yeah, but
when you have a slave who produces and is therefore economically valuable to you, they may in fact have been treated slightly better than one of the endless line of scabby children that you could jam under a machine to keep it clean. Whether they came out healthy or not was not your concern.
Yeah. Not that I'm sure either of us are advocating for slavery.
Absolutely not.
No. Better working conditions for all is in fact what we are, I think, saying is a good thing.
I'm a big fan of better working conditions for everybody. Also big fan of freedom, which kind of puts me directly against slavery in any of its forms.
Yeah.
I think I only really bring that up as an indicator of just how bad the conditions were for people who weren't technically slaves, just how shockingly we treated them.
Yeah.
We as a race, not as individuals, obviously.
Yeah, especially at this period in time.
Fortunately, things got a little better, all the way up until sweatshops. Then they got worse again.
Yeah. But mostly sweatshop. In a majority of countries, sweatshops are now mostly illegal.
In the Western world, yes. But it seems that we're at least comfortable, if not happy, with allowing sweatshops to persist overseas because it means cheap goods for us.
Yeah.
Something in which I also object to. I feel like I've derailed the entire conversation now. What's up next, Terry?
Oh, was I muted? I was trying to say something then.
You were muted.
Yes, I was.
Well, at least we weren't hearing you.
Yes. Oh, hearing me sniffle. I did want to find this extract that somebody put out about Ranchi, and I can't find it. What have I done with it now? I hate it when I had something and I've lost it. Somebody's got a recording of Ranchi saying something, and I forget who did it.
So we're on to the humour section of the evening.
Dear, I've lost it now. Yeah, I don't know where it's gone. I've got no idea where it's gone. It's a recording of Ranty admitting something, but I've got no idea. It's not in there.
Would that be ever?
Oh, here, I found it. And there's Wally's one that I've got to check while I'm at it. Yeah, Wally. Wally's comes up in on Shill the videos. So.
Yeah, but it's not listed yet. It's probably set for coming out. You've got the link to get it now.
Oh, yeah. Ha 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 ha.
While it's still unlisted.
Yeah. Well, we'll play that after. Okay. So that's that. I'll grab it out of there while I've got it here. Okay, grab that. Put that away. Thanks, Wally. Okay, I'll go back to here. Go up to this. Yeah, Everett dropped it, so I thought I'll play it because it only goes for a minute. So I'll play that for now. Yeah, I don't know how they got hold of it, and I don't know how much to take it with a grain of salt or whatever. So it's been a couple of days. It was a couple of days ago that it was said. Somebody's knocking at the door while I'm over here. Okay, who is it? Oh, it's Big Blue. What do you know? Didn't I have a video to put out? Yeah, this is the Fondle. This is the video, isn't it? That Everett put out. This one. This video. You can speak, Blue.
Not while he's muted, he can't. There he goes.
No, you can. Now he can. Now you can.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Fixed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, good evening.
Good day.
Good day, yeah.
Oh, you missed all the educational portion of the show.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been wasted on me anyway.
Okay. Well, speaking of uneducated.
Ready? Oh, yeah.
At least he wasn't talking about me this time.
You're going to talk about me there, Terry. There. Bloody hell. Don't rub it in.
Okay.
The party's over.
Oh, does he have to play music? I don't.
Yeah,
trust him.
I wouldn't.
I don't trust his music.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
A night.
It's the end of the line, guys, and yeah, it will be for the show. I've been offered a job, so I've got my first day's training next Friday. So I've got to phone them up on Monday to accept, which I'm going to do. And John, stop making the noise, bloody hell! And yeah, so I've got a week more of the show, and then that's it. It's done. No more show, unfortunately.
You'll still do shows, Ranty?
Nah, I don't. No.
It's 10 p.m. now.
I don't. Yeah, I can't. It's not gonna work with the job, unfortunately.
You're telling me on the weekend you're not going to be like, hey, I feel like popping on and having a show. I got these thousands of people here. I can get 100 people on at any time. I feel like hanging out.
I don't know. I don't think so, to be honest. No.
Wow.
Yeah. No. I've given 5 years to this for the cause, and I feel like I just need a clean break now.
This topic, flat, non-spinning domed Earth, is done. Well, it's been done since 2015.
abandoned ship. Flee, run, escape.
Geez, they're dropping like flies.
I think the incredible part about that is somebody offered him a job.
Yeah, it's even more
Oh,
amazing.
Elvig says, wow, a flirt got a job, but then it's Ranty, the Globe hero.
I wonder if his prospective new employer knows that he's a flat earther.
Yeah, he's going to get a shock.
And no, that wasn't a suggestion to anybody listening to go out and try and find them.
No, I was about to say that. Yeah, deliberately making that known to his employer, that's not a nice thing to do.
Not recommended.
It's not okay.
No, it isn't okay. I agree. Besides that, anybody dumb enough to hire Randy deserves him.
Yeah. Shots fired.
Well, Ranty must have asked the employer, does he watch YouTube? And if the employer said no, Ranty was safe.
I wondered if that would, GUI would have a knock-on effect. Guess it does.
Well, where are half of them going to get their ideas from?
In the span of a week.
Oh, good Lord, not this gentleman again.
Oh, wow.
Terry's going to blow our brains again.
Blue, what were you saying?
I lost track.
You said in a period of a week.
Oh, in a period of a week, yeah. Quantum Eraser folds up, and so does Ranty.
We haven't seen much stuff from Sleeping Warrior lately either.
And yeah, Sleeping Warrior hadn't put out anything in forever.
Well, that's why we have
and all
to put
Nathan
up.
Oak,
That's why we're putting
all
up with
Nathan,
Lindsay.
Yeah, all Nathan is doing is just replaying old shit that's already been out there for years.
Well, can you tell them to please put something out, because I don't think we're going to keep putting up with Lindsay.
Egyptian physics.
Oh no!
We've got some hexagonal packing above the balls, above the dome there, have we?
Yeah, I got no idea. It's Flat Earth is created from the Arctic Circle, and he looks like he's zoomed in a bit to his vortex.
To the vortex?
Yeah, to the vortex, yeah. And the Peanuts have got no idea what we were talking about, but there we go.
I think they do. I think they realise that they're going to get some Lindsay.
Oh, they figured it out.
They're just all, they're all just pushing their monitors back at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
It's on, everybody.
Wait a minute. There you go. I'll turn it off for a sec. I have to give the disclaimer. Push your monitors back and out of kicking range or punching range.
No, gotta let Blue do
I
it.
suggest binoculars.
Yeah, actually, we'll get Blue to give the warning.
Yeah, I think Blue should have said it, because he knows verbatim what the thing is.
You've got to put a lunge barrier in between you and your monitors.
Oh, okay.
It's his words, Terry. I think you know them.
Yeah, I think it should be remove anything breakable or throwable from your vicinity.
Get out the oven mitts. Push the monitors
guy drove
back
me
out
to
of punching
drink.
range.
This.
Look at his face in this thumbnail. He's like looking at it like, do I know what I even say?
He better not put his finger in the wrong spot again.
Where's the P in Egypt?
Yeah, exactly, that's what I was about to say. He's got a Gaitian physics.
Oh, yes, too. What the?
I was staring at it like there's something
Me
more
too.
wrong than normal wrong.
What's
and then I was
a
like,
Gaitian physics? Is that a new type of physics that I haven't heard of?
So that's just even more proof that this guy is fractally wrong.
Let's see if we can get that out there. As in Gaussian physics. See if we can get it as a theme and get the flat earthers to pick it up and start using it.
Fractally wrong. I've never heard that before. What does that mean? Wrong on every level?
At every possible level of resolution, he's wrong.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Yeah.
It's right next door to being not even wrong.
Which is further along, practically wrong or not even wrong?
Well, I think not even wrong would trump fractally wrong.
Yeah. What about not even fractally wrong? Ooh. All right. Okay. I'm prepared, Terry. I can't swing and throw anything at my monitors. Other mitts from the kitchen.
Blue was about to cite to push the monitors back, but he got cut off. So.
I'm sorry, Blue. I interrupted.
Yeah.
He's muted.
So you upset him now. You don't upset.
I've
you
upset
don't
Blue.
upset.
I'm sorry, Blue.
You shouldn't. Yeah, don't upset Blue.
Maybe the phone.
Not with those big balls of his.
No. Well, yeah. Well, he does have big balls. And you've seen his erection. I'll show his erection too, if I get time.
Oh, bloody hell.
Please do.
Okay.
It's impressive.
Yes. Anyway, I have to press play. Sorry.
And the Lindsay Harris 30th model, only discovered by me. Flat Earth in the centre Earth vortex.
Told you not to stick your finger there.
Religion, the Egyptians explain it all, and it all works in physics. Calling this Egyptian physics today.
No, Gibson.
No.
Again. Look, get it
Just
right.
never notice.
Yeah. He didn't even flinch. He's like, yeah, that's how you spell it, right there. That's it. Not even a problem. The P is silent in a Gaussian.
I wonder if it's.
Are we?
No. It's
Are we taking bets as to whether he'll notice that spelling mistake by the end of the presentation?
Okay. We'll see if he notices it by the end of this thing. Okay. Do you want me to break the speed up a bit higher? Because it goes for 24 minutes, this one.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think I could handle 24 minutes of this.
We'll bump it up a bit. 5 or 7.5?
Nah, no, not 1.75. Otherwise, we're not going to understand it.
What do you mean not going to understand it?
Well, not we're not going to understand the words.
He's probably slow enough speaking that 1.5 times is okay.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll see.
We could do subtitles too.
What's this? Have you seen that?
Yeah.
That's the Eye of Horus. The Eye of Horus is our sun.
This? What have I drawn?
And the centre north vortex is just like vortexing water. You vortex water, it's flowing up. It comes into the centre and shoots back down again. Well,
That was awesome.
It comes to this point, shoots back down. There's a void in the middle. In physics, this is the vacuum. And the vacuum has the electrons spinning around in it. And this is what we have.
Pause.
How could you? What? How could that be possible?
In a vacuum.
If it's a vacuum,
in a vacuum, we have what he said.
Well, yes.
Electrons spinning around.
Yeah.
To have 3 electrons moving around, you kind of do need to have a vacuum.
Well, if there are electrons moving around in it, it ain't a vacuum.
Well.
Yeah, but then space isn't a vacuum either.
Yeah, I mean,
I know.
I mean,
Vortex with a center gap.
Vacuum valves aren't a vacuum either because they've got
created.
electrons in them. But
Okay, children,
But-
you don't have to argue
but
about his
given-
wrongness.
But
Given
hold
a
on,
vortex like that, how are you getting vertical walls on the inside of that? It's just
exactly. Where's the
Fractally wrong.
spiral? Where's the spiral gone? If you drill the middle of the vortex.
Yeah, it was a vortex before.
well, I guess what he's saying is that you get the low pressure bit in the centre of the vortex, don't you?
And a true
I'm
vortex
saying-
goes to a
I'm
point at
lost.
the bottom. It does. It can't be a true vortex because I can't see the pointy bit at the bottom.
I'm lost.
Within a couple of minutes, he'll mention the elliptic.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's my favorite.
Come on.
Well,
He's got it.
Yeah, that'll fix it all. That'll explain it then.
Yeah. And he
The
waved his
electrons, the
hands
moon,
around when
the
he says
planets.
Yeah.
And then
In the
draw
vortex,
all over it again.
the pressure builds up. We're in a closed system, builds up, creates a cross current and a voltage. Bang. The bang creates the sun.
Boom.
This is the science story of the Big Bang Theory. So, there's sort of this started first.
Never go full retard.
Before we get the bang, the voltage to create the sun, and that blast
Bang, there's the sun.
has created the moon and the planets, and they stay there because of the
Oh
closed
my
system
God.
under pressure. The voltage will always stay there. This will always stay there.
Did
Everything
he just try to squeeze? Did he just try to squeeze his butt cheeks together?
else moves up in time and gets sucked back down here.
He's just squeezed the entire solar system
Dragon
into the
vortex.
Into the vortex above the North Pole, yeah.
The other one used to be around it. Now is in it.
Christian, yeah.
Boom, there's the sun.
Get to me, you go to the father. That's going back down through the sun. This is going down through here. Or down through here. So this is all about electrons in physics, how they will flow up here, which they are flowing up. Well, I don't know if you call those electrons, but you've got this force coming down.
How are you getting free electrons in the vortex? What's the stuff that's flowing up then? Because like,
What
where's
part?
the free
It's
electrons
supposed to
coming
be
from?
it's supposed to be a magnetic vortex, to be fair, which makes no sense. I freely admit,
Is he going to say that they go down? Is he going to say that they go down the other side?
Yeah, I was going to say. I was thinking that too because I was thinking what.
Because if it's only a cross section of a vortex, there is no real like. How could they go down the other side?
That'd be
He
around
hasn't
the
reached
whole.
stupid yet, Paul. He hasn't reached stupid yet. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Oh, you know, like that would be stupid because he hasn't even got near stupid yet. You know.
I think he's maybe going to head towards I don't know, the electrons flowing out and down to the Arctic, the outside of the whole.
There's got to be some type of snake reference there as well.
Hang on, if he's got electric charge moving in a magnetic field, that's going to make life really complicated for him, isn't it?
Yeah, they're going to deflect, aren't they?
Well, I guess you don't know Gaussian physics, Alan.
Yeah.
I obviously don't know Gaussian physics.
Go on,
I
let's
know
see
my
what he
right
says.
hand rule though.
On the inside, and a force going up on this outside. The flow on the outside, the force coming down. And this has created the electrical current, which has created the shock and given us the voltage of the sun. The two. So there you have the elliptic. That's how they work. They go around the sun.
There it is.
Yes, I picked it.
Bingo. Everybody drink.
Paul picked it.
Which has created the shock and given us the voltage of the sun. The two. So there you have the elliptic. That's how they work. They go around the sun. This bang, that spark, has created the bulge. This here is the Milky Way. Believe it or not, that is the Milky Way.
Oh,
the crocodile is the Milky Way.
Believe it or
That's his
not,
eye.
I choose
What does
not.
this look like? You put that through there like that, looks like an eye. What's happening is
so the whole
energy's coming
vertical
down
bit is the Milky
through
Way.
the sun.
Is it?
Through
That's the elliptic.
straight through like that.
Yeah, we've got the whole galaxy in the vortex now.
Yeah.
All in physics. The induction system. Electric current and the magnetic field. The voltage, the magnetic field out here. And in here, there's the elliptic. And it's shaped like an egg. And the sun's there. There's the sun. And here's the central spin. That's the spin. It's centre north right there. Centre north. Now, we've got all the stars out here, all the background stars. This is where the blue shift is created. This shape.
The stars
Blue
are
shift.
outside of the galaxy.
No.
What?
The stars are outside of the Milky Way galaxy, right?
Blue
That's what
shift.
he's
Blue
saying.
shift. I heard blue shift.
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah,
goodness.
the obviously the part of the vortex that's got all those lines in it is causing the blue shift somehow.
Yeah, well, I don't know how he comports that with reality because most of them exhibit red shift, not blue shift.
Well, this is Lindsay's world,
Except
not
that when
reality.
Yeah.
Barreling towards us.
Paul,
Yeah.
you've got to understand what oh shit, I can't even
A
say
Gaussian
it.
physics.
A Gaussian.
Gaussian physics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here,
And the elliptic.
centralised is the
Or
redshift.
elderly Gitchian.
Nothing is seen in here because it's all
He said that the Milky Way is in the
Hang
middle,
on, can you
right?
back that up?
Back
Oh,
up.
it's very
Back that
important
up 10
information I'm
seconds.
losing.
Rewind.
He talked about the Milky Way being in the middle, and then he talked about our stars being on the outside. But our
I
stars are
think he-
inside.
I think he actually said that the
Right.
walls, the wiggly walls where the electrons are going up and down, is where the Milky Way is.
Yeah. I think that's
Right.
what
I
he
think.
tried to say.
You think?
Okay.
Okay.
And
I
then the
think the scene
outside
here,
of that was where
because
we
it's
our
all-
stars.
Quantum mechanics. It's physics. You can't see it.
Bullshit.
You try flying a plane through here, though. See what happens. Got this plasma going on, electric current. Everything is blown up from this system. Just like an electron
Fly a
microscope.
plane through
Everything is expanded from this voltage right here. Bang. And the electrons spinning in here.
Does he honestly think that we've
Physics has it.
flown
We
an
all dwell out
aircraft
there.
over the North Pole?
This is like this non-physical world. We are in the physical world. And out there in the physical world, it's just like here, in the non-physical world. If I sucked all that up into a vacuum cleaner, to the size of a human being, you would have a human being. Because there's this pineal gland.
Oh
The
my
two spheres
goodness.
of his brain.
my god.
Oh,
Magnetic
he
field around
just...
the electrical circuit through his backbone.
Did he just go full retard?
It's the same thing.
Yeah, he did.
You never go full retard.
We're full
There's
of.
a baby. That's nature.
We've got a
That's the
Milky Way
egg.
galaxy
Easter time,
inside of
the
all
egg.
of us.
Easter time,
Boom.
raising up, leaving the sarcophagus,
time,
Jesus, the empty tomb, leaving the tomb empty. Egyptian stories, you know, those big tombs are found empty. It's all associated with that.
Only after they've been
And
raided.
we talk about ether. They don't want to talk about ether. Science thinks there's no ether. There's an ether. There's the ether. Bubbles. Whether they're full of water or not, but they're microscopic bubbles.
No. That's what they are. They're ether bubbles.
Everything. And here, it's like a jumping mirror. The light. Because it's all about frequencies. This creates frequencies.
Oh,
There's
Blue,
noise coming
you
down
gotta
here.
weigh in on
It's all
this.
amplified in here. It sends out the frequencies. Everything out in our physical world is based on frequencies and light, which is frequency. Frequencies. Nothing's physical. It's all manifested in here. We think things are physical because it's just the five senses we're programmed in our brain.
Pineal gland.
So, like amplifying the light to see everything out here, it's amplified the frequencies, and they're transmitted to this medium. Sound
Do ether bubbles.
reverberating in here, in the bubble, or water. If there's water in there, it might be a hollow bubble, but still moisture. And then you have the electrical. So you could say that's the magnetism, electrical, but you'll have a magnetic field or electrical, one or the other, around, just like you have your electrical charge in the balloon, you rub your balloon.
Or one or the other.
It's like that. That's the electromagnetic field out here. And look what happens
I'm
here.
pretty
Look
sure
what
they're
happens
both present
here.
in the magnetic field. Oh my goodness.
It's a similar thing, isn't it? It's the same thing.
Is this
All
where
connected,
Denmark got water as magnetic
Just a second. But the thing is, you can have a magnetic field. Sorry, you can have a static magnetic field. You can have a static electric field. But you can also have electromagnetic. You can have the fields created by an electromagnetic wave.
Yeah.
Gosh.
But they're essentially linked but different, because the electromagnetic waves are essentially moving fields, aren't they? Not static ones.
Yeah.
Gone away.
Nothing that he has said. Nothing that he has said makes any sense whatsoever.
No, of course it doesn't.
Yeah.
I think he's gone from fractally to being absolutely not even.
He may even have pushed out the arse end of not even wrong. But as soon as anybody starts saying, complete errant nonsense like everything's frequencies.
Yeah. He's actually opened up a new branch of wrong.
Well, I'm going to introduce a word here that you've probably never heard, but you're going to learn about later. He is zenzically wrong. You'll learn what that
never
means.
encountered that word previously.
You'll learn what that means later.
We look forward to it.
All right. Breathe. Bushblade theory.
Okay. Here's another one. There's spheres of moisture. I'm going to go into that. Moisture. So we've got all that sussed. this egg turns, the whole vortex, the whole crocodile here, the Milky Way turns 24/7. That's your 24-hour day. This egg turns.
The whole crocodile.
That's your whole day. Back to there.
Yeah.
That's a day.
The old kitten crocodile.
Yep, it's a bit distorted because I've made it so big, but there's nothing going on down here.
Because the Agations were big on crocodiles.
Magnetic field flowing up, electrical system coming down. Some electrons, if they call them, I don't know what they call them. That's electrons in there. They come through the sun. Some will probably pass down through here. The rest will go down through there. But this magnetic
So they
field
go
flows
up and down off
there.
that one side now. Interesting.
There's a voltage, that's your sun. Horus's eye. Once you start understanding all the Egyptian myths,
Oh my.
it all makes sense.
Is
So
it just
I've
me,
got it
or does that look less like Horus's
I'll
eye
show you
than,
something.
I don't know, the eye of Sauron?
Oh no, we've lost it all now.
Oh no, don't rub it all out.
That's amazing.
That was definitely
Who
on
else was
the
drawing
sword,
that before he rubbed it out?
Center vortex.
No one?
If you magnetize
Here
a
we
plate
go
of
again.
steel, that's the flux you get off it. That's sort
We're going to have to get our own whiteboard out and have to help him.
of shape. Now why this is your medium, I'll tell you how things work. There's your center vortex. Everything comes out of the center. Out of that center. It gets sent out. And what do we have in the middle here? The equator. What do we have both sides of it? The tropics.
Lindsay the moron.
What happens in the tropics? You get a hell of a lot more moisture. The humidity is a lot higher. What do we have up in the Arctic? A lot of moisture in the air. What do we have out there in Antarctic? A lot of moisture.
Wrong. Pause. Wrong. The Antarctic region, the air is actually quite dry.
Yep.
It doesn't contain a lot of moisture.
Yeah. Paul,
Yeah.
I believe Antarctica is the driest continent on the
Yes, that's correct.
planet. I believe they think there are places in Antarctica where there has been no precipitation for over 1,000 years.
Yep. That's correct.
Even the Atacama Desert in South America, which previously was people considered to be, that dry that it hasn't rained in hundreds of years, Antarctica puts it to shame.
Yep.
As we learn more about Antarctica.
Yeah. So he's wrong there again.
Have you considered
That in itself is
the
unsurprising.
measure reading, the moisture, measuring through Gaussian physics?
Obviously,
No,
Gaussian
he-
physics is far superior in measuring the actual
Yeah.
humidity.
Exactly,
halfway
because this could be supernatural moisture.
Yeah, we're halfway through the video and he still hasn't picked up the spelling mistake. So
I don't think
He's
he
left
is.
him out of the little keyword thing that says ellipse equals oval. He's like, note to self.
Even his humour's not very dry.
What happens to
He
the Earth's
did.
magnetic field? I've just shown it in a big video. Well, can't say big video, but anyway. The magnetic fields come up, out of the moisture, towards the moisture. They come down here, they go through there, back to the moisture.
Okay. Why?
To the moisture,
How?
down there, back out to the moisture.
What? What?
Attracted by the moisture.
How does
It's attracted.
the magnetic field don't cross over at the bloody equator?
Can we see him do that? Can we see him do that again, dude? That'd be great.
magnetic fields don't cross.
The way he drew that was just.
I'd
Quite
love to see the shape
skillful.
of the magnet that creates that field.
Yeah, here we go. Just
Up, out of the moisture,
yeah.
towards the moisture. They come down here,
Done.
they
Yeah.
go through there,
Yep.
back to the moisture.
Through where?
To the moisture,
Back to the moisture.
down there,
Oh,
Yep,
you
moisture.
went through
back out to
there.
the moisture.
He didn't say where there is.
Attracted by the moisture. It's not an opposites attract. This
Oh,
magnetic
my
field
goodness.
is the same as that magnetic field. It's here. Would be the
Don't
opposite
cross
if you
the
want to talk about
streams.
opposites. Attracting.
So,
But it's not.
so both poles have the same polarity magnetic field.
Exactly. When they cross, they change back. It's just it's
He
amazing.
crossed the streams, Alan.
He crosses the streams indeed.
We're told not to.
I told you before the show.
It's just flowing to where its course is. It's just the flow, the course. and it's to do with this moisture.
Ether
So,
bubbles.
in effect, we don't really. This is
Makes no sense at all.
too much. Realistically, it looks more like this.
Oh, it looks more like that.
Oh,
Just
it
like
looks
the
more
human
like that,
brain.
does it?
Well, see in previous videos, the
It
human
doesn't
brain.
even connect over there.
You
But
see the
yeah.
sun there. That's where the pineal gland, the human brain is. The other sun is over here. We don't see. Two spheres with a human brain.
Whoa!
Here's the
Now there's
center.
two suns. Crazy. We jumped real quickly
He
then.
just moved the
He
sun.
did say the other sun is over there.
Yeah, he said, and this is the pineal gland and the sun, and the other sun's over there.
I thought from previous videos of his that the sun and everything was in the middle, but it was then reflected off the dark.
Yeah, there was
it's somehow meant to be reflected out
and
there.
and the planets went around that vortex, but now the planets are inside that vortex, and the Milky Way is somehow inside that.
On the elliptic.
On the elliptic. Yeah.
I want to know how we get two suns.
It's incredible. 30 minutes, and there's this much packed into it.
He certainly packs an incredible amount of wrong into a short amount of time.
Does, doesn't he? It's concentrated wrong.
Yeah, concentrated wrong, yeah.
The only question I'd ask him is, what medication are you on?
Yeah.
I've just realised how flat earthers can put out so much content. They just have to make it up. They just have to stand there and say what they like.
Yeah, low quality
it up.
production. Look, there's no hello, there's no intro, there's no goodbye, there's no nothing. It's just him filming himself.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many words you can get out if you just disengage your brain entirely.
Yeah.
You know how scientific...
He should put a warning on the front. Warning, concentrated wrong. May burn if you've undiluted.
Yeah. I reckon.
See how technologically disadvantaged he is? Even on YouTube and on here, he hasn't even got an avatar. And there's no avatar on YouTube either.
Hey, I've noticed he spelled Egyptian correctly in the
title.
In the
description.
In the description.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Might have come up with a spelling
that
mistake.
might be a different physics. He's not talking about Egyptian physics.
Might be a different Lindsay who wrote the description, Terry.
This is Guy.
That's probably because it's got a spole chucker on it. On his web browser's probably got a spole chucker to make him correctly spell the words.
Is what?
What?
The spelling.
A spell checker.
Yeah, for checking your spelling.
Yeah.
What the hell is wrong with this guy?
I don't know. I don't know, Blue, but at first guess, I'd say a lot.
He crossed the streams, Blue.
Just like the human brain.
There's two suns, Blue.
See in previous videos,
Go
the
back
human
a
brain.
bit, Terry. So Terry,
You see the sun
No,
there?
he's
Blue
just,
can
no,
see
he's
the
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 sun.
human brain is. The other sun is over here. We don't see. Two spheres with a human brain. Here's the centre. So that's it. Here's your moisture molecules. This is what the tropics is all about. Shown in the previous video. That's where the magnetic field goes on a ring magnet. Here's the ring magnet. That's what the fields do. They come up, go down here. Somehow they cross over there. The crossing. I think I did come across why that does that. I can't remember now.
Don't cross the streams, Lindsay.
Why? It's the medium.
Lindsay,
That is the medium. Out here, there's less.
Your toroidal magnetic field should come out from the bloody middle to both sides, not on one side only.
This is a Gaussian physics.
And that's actually what he's done
remind
before.
you.
He's talked about the toroidal magnet, and he's essentially put the toroidal magnet centered on the center of the plane, so that you get the toroidal field around the magnet. But no, he's not done that this time. He's shoved it into one half of the.
It's like he's got concentric toroidal magnets.
He's
Armageddon's
refining his
Fire.
ideas.
Armageddon's Fire said, "This guy's why there are warnings on hairdryers to say not to use them in a shower."
True story, bro.
Yeah.
That's true. That's
Yes. Less moisture. And think of
This guy is
systems
why
like
you
this.
don't shake babies.
You see there's water.
Wait a minute, got to get a different texture.
Oh, it's pinned
So you got
down
water.
now.
That's a bit there. Rocky.
What? Find a texture it works, will you?
Moisture.
Yeah.
Moisture.
Moisture.
That's obviously coming
There's
down
moisture
here.
in the
There must
centre.
be
It's
moisture
already
down here.
damaged
There's
there
moist.
as well.
It's moisture all over the sun,
Well, there's
too.
moisture down there too.
This
It's starting to look like a pair of hairy balls.
this magnetic field coming up like
The
this.
last video looked like boobs, so, you know.
Yeah.
The magnetic
Useless.
field coming up.
All my pens are running out.
And separated the
Talk to the
moistures from
medical
above
staff about
from
supply.
the moistures from below. Not in here. Not in here.
Not in there.
Although we do have.
It never
Hey,
rained.
wait a minute.
Okay,
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. That camera's
That's
track.
Christian theology.
Did you just notice the camera was tracking him? So somebody's actually helping him.
Oh no,
Yeah.
who's
Are you
encouraging
sure that-
this?
Terry, I'm sure the camera angle hasn't changed.
Yeah.
I
Go
think
back,
that's
Terry.
just the
No.
optical effect.
I think your
on
brain's been
eye.
damaged, Terry.
Oh,
Go back,
no.
Terry.
No,
No,
it's
it's
moving.
moving.
Yeah. See.
Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe
What's
he
the light
knocked the
switch?
disc. Maybe he knocked the disc when he picked up the.
No, I thought it was
Yeah.
moving
Got
while
the
he was
pin.
standing there. It didn't look like it was.
No, because he
moving.
keep changing the pins. He might have knocked the table, and then it shakes the table a little bit.
Yeah, and he's probably got the tripod stood on the table. Because it just looks like the tripod got knocked slightly. Rather
Yeah,
than,
yeah.
Okay,
it
we'll watch
actually
it again and just see.
Okay, just go back to when he first changes his pin, Terry.
It's moving there.
The magnetic field coming up like this.
I'm not usually always wrong.
And separated the moistures from above.
Oh yeah, it does.
From the moistures
Oh
from
no,
below.
it is moving.
Not in
Moving.
It's another
See?
inmate. I mean,
You
patient.
always doubt me when I say something. Just goes to show you.
I never doubted you, Terry. I
Oh,
supported
thank you, Monk. Thank you, Monk.
Terry, I just didn't want to think anyone was encouraging this, but I was clearly wrong.
It'd be nice to think there was nobody encouraging it, but sadly.
Exactly.
I think he's waving those pins around. He has disturbed the vortex, inducing interference flow in the tripod is what's happened.
Oh, I didn't think of that, Blue.
Using a Gaussian physics, we could determine that's true.
No, I
And
think
what
it-
the hell? And
Did
what
he-
the hell is a Gaussian physics?
Yeah, but he might have bursted a few of those ether bubbles too, Blue. That could have some effect.
I propose as an alternate solution to this problem that perhaps the person holding the camera is doing their best not to laugh their ass off.
Moisture here, moisture.
Well, if we see the camera go up and down, we'll know that they're laughing.
Yep.
Not in here. Although we do have a lighter scale. But this is referring to the Bible. This is what the meaning of creation. Because creation is also about the man's awakening as well as the divine design of our realm. Nothing's physical. That's how it works. Once you realise things aren't physical, they're all based on frequencies, things start adding up.
No, it's rubbing out.
The other thing is,
Thanks, David. You get a spanner now.
Hey,
See?
I think I've realised what's going on. I think he's using a DSLR.
David
Optical
McNichol just
image.
earned himself the first or second spanner.
Optical image stabilization.
Yes. Turned on while on a tripod, because that will actually do that. If you have OIS turned, optical image stabilization turned on a lens that doesn't support being on a tripod with it switched on, it sometimes it just wanders the whole cell around slowly. And it looks like you pan the image ever so slightly backwards and forwards.
Well, especially with him moving around so much in the frame, that can affect it as well.
Well, the OIS built into the lenses is actually based on gyros. But of course, what happens is because you lock them still on the tripod, the gyros end up drifting.
That'd make sense.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't press play. Now I can.
why science wants you to think it's a spinning ball? Because at the equator here, let's say it's the flat Earth, let's say it's centre. What's happening Oh, no, I'm going to make my other design. Just rubbed it out. Start again.
Oh,
David's saying
take
he's spanner virgin. I didn't know that, David. Oh, okay.
Congratulations, David.
Centre vortex. You've got the tropics.
You look good in blue, David.
You've got the central vortex. All the frequencies coming out.
Even the panel members are spanner, David.
I just wonder how anyone else will cotton on to how he actually got the spanner. Hint, hint.
Here.
Yeah.
I see. I know, Jerry.
For being a
amplified, right? In the hollow vacuum. They come out, they hit the moisture at the equator. Frequencies and sound. What happens? They hit the heavy density of moisture. Then they all get reduced. So it gets reduced. This is our divine realm. It's not a physical realm. This is where they come into the ball earth. Because it comes out of here, gets out to the equator, and then it's reduced. And our physical realm seems to come back in again. You understand that?
No.
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 Exactly.
The same drawing you drew before with a circle behind it.
It just
Below.
downgrades the realm. It just reduces the realm. It's hard to describe.
Yeah, the realm.
Reduces the realm. What the hell does reduces the realm mean?
Sound and light, creating a realm.
It could be whatever you think it means.
Exactly. It's a term in Gaussian
This is
physics
first kingdom.
called filler.
Second kingdom. Because this first kingdom was back here. This is why we have the tropical plants underneath the ice out here. It was way back here. We were way back here. That was first. It was back in here. Everything grew out from the centre. Everything grew out. This is nature. Grows out.
How many hairs do you have?
How do you get, if you got ice growing out from the north, how did the ice skip a bit and then end up at the end? They haven't mentioned that bit.
Where are the damn countries?
It's not a ball.
Yeah.
Where's the
human understanding thinks it is.
It hasn't got even got to
on a
land
physical
masses
level.
or anything.
It's not. It's a divine
Yeah, I know. There's all this stuff happening.
energy.
Moisture here.
Tesla told us that.
Who?
Tesla taught us that. Oh, awesome.
But Tesla taught us that.
Tesla.
Apparently so. I think this man owes his ancestors an apology for slaving so hard to, work their way up from single-celled organisms to produce this.
Yeah. This man is from New Zealand, and I'm embarrassed.
I swear the accent is New Zealand by way of South Africa. I'm not going to accept that this guy is born in my home country.
I don't really think you have to go back too many generations to find Lindsay's ancestors swimming in a puddle.
Just remind yourself, folks, that was the sperm that won.
Oh, yes, it was
So tragic. Proof positive that evolution isn't actually directed towards any particular goal.
Yeah.
I think he lives in the south as well.
Yeah, natural selection doesn't work worth a shit's what it proves.
Oh yeah, no, we've broken natural selection, obviously.
I'll keep the guy over here, but see if I can get him before the video shuts off. Tropic region there's a gap, magnetic fields, a gap. There's the gap. See, you'll see the southern rotation here, northern Polaris there, and the gap. It's like the gap you see in the magnetic between positive and negative. Bar magnet, for instance, there'll be nothing going on here. Electrons will be pointing like this, pointing like this.
Yep.
And also,
no.
What?
No.
What? Please explain.
He's saying that the electrons, essentially the magnetic moment alignment in a bar magnet is towards the ends of the magnet, put away from the center, which is so wrong. It's lined up, all pointing in the same direction. That's why it's a magnet.
Yeah.
You've probably seen Ken Wheeler does a lot on magnetism. I learnt a lot off him, but he hasn't quite got it there. Got it right. They'll show you a ball like this, right? Then they show you the magnetic fields like this.
No. Well,
no.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Sort of.
It gets better.
Yeah.
Very good. You take a magnet, you throw the metal filings out. That's the shape you get. Well, that's not the magnetic fields coming out. That's just the metal filings going towards the magnet. Flowing through a medium. That's what it's doing. It's attracted.
What?
It's taken in. The magnetic fields aren't coming out and flowing away. the following's just coming in. And when Ken shows you the light...
Why? Why are they going that way?
Yeah.
Why are the the metal filings going that way? Explain that.
Why are they going out of the other end?
No, apparently they're going in at both directions, according to him.
Which just...
Again, not even fractally wrong. There you go.
Wait a minute.
Did he mention Ken Wheeler before, or did I imagine?
I think he did.
No.
I think he did.
Magnetic Festa.
I had to hear this bit again.
Show you the magnetic fields like this. What they're not telling you is you take a magnet, you throw the metal filings at it. That's the shape you get. Well, that's not the magnetic fields coming out. That's just the metal filings going towards the magnet. Flowing through a medium. That's what it's doing. It's attracted. It's taken in. The magnetic fields aren't coming out and flowing away. The filing's just coming in. And when Ken shows you the light, it's not flowing with the magnetic field. It's just the light being absorbed into the magnet. The light, because he has this LEDs around here like this, doesn't he?
The light?
That's the field of light being absorbed to the medium. So I've shown you the previous drawing of the magnetic fields.
Must be.
Yeah.
Coming out of the moisture, out of south to the moisture in the tropics.
I need a
coming
new
back up to the
word
moisture
for
in
wrong.
the centre of Earth. Same thing. There's a medium.
Paul has one.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why they shied away from that earlier on, 100 years, a couple of years ago. They thought it was moisture in bubbles. Just because sound propagates differently to light, it doesn't matter. It's just another duality in the whole system. The whole system's a duality: light, magnetism, up, down, male, female, electron, proton, night, day.
They're all the same, are they?
It's all there. Light.
No, he's talking about dualities in nature.
One will travel like this. The other one seems to go like a wave. But this will be the sound pulsating, bang, 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 back and forth in here, bang, 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 and the wave. Look, the wave.
Hang on, but sound doesn't pulse. Sound travels in waves just like light does. Just that they are transverse waves.
Well, because it's speeded up, he was trying to say that so it bounces off back and forward.
No, he was just being fractally. He was just being fractally not even wrong. Or whatever that new word is that Paul's got for us.
Physics are asked about that. We've done the mess of
Is it a no-brainer, Lindsay?
In the tropics, we've done that. Center of the box is hollow. We've done that. Hydrogen. You know, what's in these bubbles?
The brain reset. The best part.
Look at the ramblings of a madman on that paper.
I want to hear the did thing again. I think in Morse code he just declared war on Liechtenstein.
Brainery said the best part is when he stops talking, looks at his drawings, and nods.
Yep. That's how it is. Yep.
He was using his whiteboard Ozzie.
What do you want to hear that again, Blue? I'll rewind it.
Yeah.
No.
It's about 22 minutes. Wait.
Wait a minute. What's Phil saying? Camel, man, woman, TV. What? I missed that one, Phil.
Static, curved, linear, force in motion, magnetic fields, not opposites attracts. Ken Wheeler tells us that. Dielectric acceleration.
This is Ken Wheeler. Am I missing something?
Ken Wheeler. Yeah, don't you know Ken Wheeler? Magnetic Festa. You got to play one of his videos one day.
I think we're going to have to play one of his videos.
I thought we'd done one of his videos.
I don't know. I can't
he
remember
learned
the
a lot
name.
from Ken Wheeler, but he didn't have it right.
I'm gonna
the bald bloke we're talking about, yes.
I know who he is. Yeah.
I've got his PDF.
He's Mr. Grimm's idol.
A bald bloke. Okay.
Don't get distracted now. Come on. We're trying to learn Gaussian physics here.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Blue.
We're nearly at the end and he still hasn't picked up the spelling mistake.
We've got divergence. We've got convergence, maybe. The fields come out of the north. Divergence. converging, but they are separated there. They do cross over here. They must have the moisture. I always thought there was a lot of moisture in this tropic area underground. That's what's doing it. Moisture in the tropics comes through. A lot of moisture. That's probably how it crosses over because you've got all this moisture here. If they get back to there.
How much
if
moisture?
Dry down here, they probably wouldn't cross over.
Or moisture?
You come back up there again. I think I'll leave it there. The video's bound to run out in a minute. I'll catch you on another video.
I get it now. That's why he cuts off so abruptly. Because the battery on his video recorder runs out. That's the end of his stream.
Or he runs out of storage on his 16 meg video card, SD card in his camera.
May do what my camera does and just shuts off after 20 minutes. You got to start it again.
Like I said, if he's using a DSLR, that also has a 30-minute one-take limit.
Mine's got 20 minutes limit on it.
Well, the limit comes in. The limits come in. Some cameras will cut off at a file size of 4 gigabytes because that's the largest files. That's the largest file size you can get on the file format that they use for video cards on XF.
At 32.
No, you can't have a file larger than 4 gigabytes in the file format that as it is used in cameras. Because they use exFAT, don't they, which is a 4 gig file limit. But some cameras will basically just automatically restart the video without a break by linking the files together. But obviously you have the limit of how much data you can get on your on your memory card, and finally, if it's going to be taxed as a still camera when it's imported and exported, it has to limit video to 30-minute takes. Oh, and of course you could also have it stop recording because the sensor of it. And the battery runs out. Or the battery runs out. It's...
Maybe there's only so much stupid his camera can handle.
Yes.
That's, yeah.
I'm wondering whether he's just doing this as a dare to see how much stupid people will go for.
What the hell is this channel? What's the name of it, Terry?
Oh, Lindsay Harris.
Might need to do a video on him.
Yeah, there's a gold mine there, Blue.
No, yeah.
Don't forget the ether bubbles.
Ether bubble.
And the elliptic.
The elliptic, yeah.
What the hell is the elliptic?
It's the path that the sun travels around through the central vortex.
Exactly, it's only found in negation physics. Blue, that's why.
But he seems to be dragging in all sorts of weird stuff from different religions around the world.
So the Gaussian physics has an elliptic. All right.
Not an ecliptic. There's a difference.
I know.
Remember, the vacuum through the middle is where the Milky Way is.
Yeah. Where the electrons go up and down through around the vacuum, and through the vacuum somehow.
At the edge of the vacuum, yeah.
Have you seen Professor Phil's last comment? I think that probably explains everything. Reaches the limit of his confusion. It reaches critical mass.
There's going to be a derp bomb explosion soon.
I was thinking about critical mass more along the lines of event horizons and collapsing singularities.
All that magnetic stuff keeps going in and it never comes out. Eventually, it's going to get full and explode. Obviously.
Maybe that's what's happening. The density, the derpness is getting so dense in there that it's attracting more stupidity. Oh dear.
Well, there's an old joke about the fundamental particles that make up the universe, the most common of which are electrons, protons, and in this guy's case, morons.
I think we might keep going with this and more fun with the quiz question with the puzzle. I think we might be ready for that to check on to see if any of the peanuts actually bothered to even do it. That was earlier on, back when we started, so I don't know what's happened about that with the peanuts. Have they forgotten that there was a quiz?
Oh yeah, there's been a few. It's been a few people having a go at it, but no one's got the correct answer yet. So maybe Blue could think about it. Do you know what the question is, Blue?
I don't know. No,
right. You've got two barrels, both the same volume, same size. One contains pure water, the other one contains wine. You can think of the wine as being a pure substance, like pure wine. So don't think that I'm trying to trick you because wine's got water in it. It's wine and water. All right.
Got it.
So what we do is we take a cup of wine out of the wine barrel and put it into the water barrel, and then we stir it round until it's equally sort of well mixed. And then what you do is you take a cup of that mixture out and put it back into the wine barrel, and you mix that up. Well, what I want to know now is which barrel contains the purest substance. So obviously the water barrel is going to have some wine in it, and the wine barrel is going to have some water in it. Which one is going to have the purest substance in it?
And it's safe to assume that we started with more than one cup of fluid in each barrel, yes?
Yes, that's right.
The wine barrel.
Got a reason?
No, I'm just taking a.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, that's fair enough.
Actually, I do have a reason. They were both pure to begin with, right?
Yep.
All right. So when I took a cup of wine from the wine barrel, all right, now I've got a very dilute wine solution in the water barrel. Right?
Yep.
When I take a cup of that, it's a very dilute. It's not pure water anymore. It's a dilute wine solution.
Yep.
And I put that back in the wine barrel. So I haven't diluted the wine as much as I contaminated the water. I think.
Okay. Let me counter that with another bit of reasoning that might make you think again. Okay, because now when you take that cup out of the wine mixture, all right, you're putting a little bit of wine back in, but you're putting a fair bit of water back in. But you're also leaving a fair whack of a cup of wine in the water barrel.
Yes, you are.
So you took a little bit of wine out of that mixture, but you left a whole fair proportion of the cup of wine in that water barrel. And on the other hand, you've taken a fair whack of water out of that water barrel with the cup, and you've only taken a little bit of wine and put in the other one. So you're still going to go with the same answer?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else got an answer?
Mine is the same as Blue's for the same reason as I told you yesterday.
All right. Anyone else? No. Well,
Trying to work through it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're actually working through it mathematically. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't
We'll
think
give
there
you
was
some
a
time then.
mathematical for
Oh, of course there is. You can, you can work it out mathematically if you want to. I did, so I know the answer.
Mm.
How long do you need, Monk?
Give me a sec.
You mathematicians, you.
Do you need the white? Do you need the whiteboard, Monk?
No, I just need to figure out. So the cup that you're returning to the wine barrel is very well, depending on the ratios involved. It's a lot more water than it is wine. Sorry, I'm just trying to work out how we add that back into the. Oh, okay. Yeah, no.
I got the whiteboardy.
Oh, perhaps we should repeat the question for Professor Phil. Professor Phil, we have two barrels, both the same volume, right? One contains water, one contains wine. And you take a cup of wine out of the wine barrel and put it into the water barrel. You stir that round till it's equally mixed. Then you take a cup of that mixture out and put it back into the wine barrel and mix that around till it's evenly mixed. What I want to know now is if both barrels started out with the same volume of liquid in them, which barrel now has the purest substance in it, the wine barrel or the water barrel? It's a can of ginger beer, not a can of beer.
Hang on.
Nearly there?
Almost there.
Okay.
I'm trying to work out a way to do it mathematically.
Oh God. Okay, so from a purity perspective, excuse me, it's the same.
You are correct. They end up being the same. The
From
same
the perspective of
concentration.
purity.
Yep, that's correct. Yep. They do. You wouldn't have thought that, would you? But they do. Yep.
The logic behind it is wrong, but it works.
It does. Yeah. Yep. So they
The
end up
question
being
of which
the
one is
same.
more pure is deceptive.
Yeah, that's right.
As many of the great difficult questions do tend to hide a nudge in them to push you in the wrong direction.
Yeah, this works for any cup size.
It does, yeah. As long as you take the same amount backwards and forwards, yeah, it does.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, even if you started out with 1 cup of wine, 1 cup of water, that gives you the obvious solution that you end up with 2 cups of wine water solution that's 50% pure, which when you take 1 cup back
is also 50% pure. Yeah, that's
but
right.
I did it with 100 and figured out the. Sorry, go ahead, Blue.
Mathematically, that kind of makes sense if you look at it as a limit condition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you start out with 100
if
cups,
if you take the limit, if you do this an infinite number of times, right? Keep going from one side to the other and back and forth. Eventually, you approach.
Yeah, you're going to end up with a 50% solution.
50% solution, right?
Yep.
From a limit standpoint, that's the way it would work, and that makes sense. I didn't think about it that way.
Yeah.
But if you take a tiny bit of the wine and put it in the water, and then you take a tiny bit of that and put it in more water, now we're doing homeopathy.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Be careful, because if you drink pure water, you'll overdose.
Yep.
Haven't you heard that one? That the guy ended up in hospital with a serious illness because he forgot to take with an overdose. Sorry, a homeopathic overdose. He forgot to take his medication. Oh dear. All right. So we've solved that problem. They end up being the same. Okay. Well done.
And I had to do math to do it, so well done.
Yeah, that's right. It shows you that math can be useful. I'd love to see a Flurf solve that one.
I wanted to see the math.
We'll show you the math. I'll write it up on a piece of paper and take a photo of it and put it up on the server, Terry, later.
Okay.
Okay. So you're ready for some media derp, are you, Terry?
Oh, you got some?
I have some. Yeah,
Okay.
I do. Sure do.
Okay.
Excellent.
Something that you suggested too. So
Me?
here we go.
I've got no ideas.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Got it up? Can you see that?
Yeah, if it's in OBS, it'll come up in YouTube in a sec.
Right, sure. Okay. So I'm presenting today words from a past era. So these are words that were used long ago and no longer used so much nowadays, but some of them are quite interesting words. So what I'm going to do is put the word up first.
What?
And you tell me what you think it means.
You made that one up.
No, I didn't. It was a word that was in common usage a long time ago. What do you think it means?
Oh, crap.
It means...
I'll give you a hint with a picture.
Oh,
really? A drunk dog?
No, not a drunk dog. Yeah. All right. So crapulous means, like I said, I know what you're thinking. If you're thinking this has something to do with feeling crappy, right? Well, you're right. Kind of. All right. It means to feel ill from excessive eating or drinking, like feeling crapulous the morning after your cake binge. Worthy birthday celebration.
We call it food coma.
Yeah.
So basically a hangover.
Basically a hangover from binge eating or drinking. Yeah, that's right. Okay. The next one I've got for you is grumpish. What do you think that means?
Well, it's not going to be grumpy, so... Grumpish. Oh. But he looks pretty grumpy, so maybe it is.
Yeah, there you go. This one dates back to the 1720s, and it makes us pretty grumpish to realise it's no longer used. It's an alternative to sullen or grumpy. So you're right. It does essentially mean grumpy. Okay.
I wonder if it's an etymological precursor to grumpy.
Probably. Yeah. The next one is groak. Have you ever heard of the word groak?
Yeah, the last thing that a frog says when you step on it.
To complain. I'm going to say it means to complain loudly is what I think it means.
No, it's not to complain loudly. I'll give you a hint. These dogs are groaking at the moment.
Begging.
Not really begging,
but
very similar.
Looking at you while you're eating, saying.
That is right, Alan. That's what it is.
Feed me.
Yeah, to watch someone silently as they eat in the hope that you will be invited to join them. For instance, how am I supposed to enjoy my sushi while that guy is groaking at me?
the entire time.
Sure that wasn't
So if you
graping?
watch,
Or was it graping or graping?
so if you're groking, so if you're sitting there watching someone eat, hoping that they're going to invite you to join in their meal, you're groking. The next one is pissmire. What on earth is a pissmire?
I assume it's not what you get stuck in after you attend a
No.
an outdoor concert with very few latrines.
There's a very
okay.
There's a very similar term that we use relating to an insect these days. In particular,
the piss ant.
Exactly. That's right. Literally a word that's derived from a small insect and piss, defined as an ant. Right. So they used to call them pissmires. There you go. The next word is snowbroth. Does anyone know what snowbroth is? You'd be safe to think that it has something to do with snow.
Is that what you call yellow snow?
No, not yellow snow.
Melted snow.
Foamy snow.
You're right, Terry. Freshly melted snow. That's what snowbroth is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, from the 1590s.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to remember all these words if I needed to use them in a sentence.
Yeah. Excogiate.
Oh, I thought it was exogate.
To think about telling somebody off?
Well, not really telling someone off. You're kind of right.
To ridicule them in public.
Anybody remember the TV series Call My Bluff?
No.
Oh, it was quite popular over here. They would give you, each team would be given an old word like this, and then they would have to give 3 definitions of it.
Okay.
And the other team then had to guess who had the correct definition.
Yeah. The picture gives
about working out pondering a problem.
It is. It's to plot, plan, devise. All right, to plot or plan or devise, with Latin roots that mean to bring out by thinking.
Oh,
also,
wow.
not used in relation to writing lists. So there you go.
So flurfers are not very good at exogating then.
Excogitating. No, they're not. Apricity.
Ooh, apricity.
Yep, apricity.
A town that only exists in the month of April.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
No. There's your picture clue. There's your picture clue.
Corpuscular rays.
Light splitting through trees.
No. No.
Shadows.
Interesting.
Sunshadow. There's a
Is
good
it
thing
gonna have
to
something
do with
snow again?
Well, it's only the sun.
Have you ever gone outside? Have you ever gone outside on a really cold day, like a cold day, and the sun's shining and there's no wind, and you think, "Boy, that sun's really warm." Yeah.
Yeah.
That's apricity.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So even though it's cold, like I know, like I've done a fair bit of cross country skiing and snow camping when I was younger in the Victorian Alps, and there were days where when you camped out, that's like it's obviously cold because there's snow on the ground, and yet the weather's still and calm, and the sun's out, and it can actually be quite warm. That's apricity.
Why didn't the snow melt?
All right. Won't be hard to guess what this one's about. Twaddle.
What flurfers do?
Okay. Could you explain that a little bit more, Terry?
To
You're
muck
kind of
about.
on the right track.
Like they babble on, they spout shit.
To talk absolute rubbish.
Yeah.
Yeah. It basically means it's means to gossip, as in stop twaddling and
Oh,
get back to work.
Okay. So not quite.
Okay.
So not quite, but close.
Yeah.
My mother said it to me. What a bunch of twaddle.
You sure she didn't say what a bunch of twaddle?
Well,
That's what I said. She said.
Yeah.
You could
So
also
she's
use
saying-
that. I suppose you could use that to describe a playpen full of baby flurfs.
Yeah.
Just twaddling away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Elf lock.
A flock of elves?
No.
Like an arm lock, but for elves?
Alvin security system.
Now, if you divide the word into two bits, as in elf and lock,
yeah,
think about that. All right.
Elf lock.
Very small lock. What?
No, I'll give you a hint. Yeah, there's a picture.
Hair.
It's
Elf hair.
tangled hair.
Alvin hair braid.
Tangled hair is exactly what it is. If you have wavy hair and you wake up with it tangled and mangled, that's elf lock.
Ah,
I used to.
Okay. Yeah.
So not dreadlocks,
Okay.
elf locks.
Not dreadlocks, elf locks. Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting.
So it's like an olden day. What's it called? What's the hair called?
Dreadlocks, I said.
Oh, dreadlock. Yeah, that's the one. Is that what you said, Terry?
Yeah, that's what I said, Terry.
Yeah. Remind me of that Australian guy telling us about a spiritual journey and his great dreadlock.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, I remember that guy.
Right, Gorganize.
Let's get Gorganized.
Gorganized? Well, it'd have to be someone that's disorganized but doesn't know how to spell it.
It's when dyslexic people arrange things.
Yeah,
like how your streams are not organized, Terry.
Yes, exactly.
I think
Trying
that's
to get it before the picture.
I think I'm pretty sure that's what Lindsay just did to us.
Yeah, you're pretty right, actually.
Oh.
Hypnotize.
Putting someone into a trance.
Hypnotize.
Yeah. Right, from the 17th century, this lovely word means to have a mesmerizing effect on someone, as in, I was gorganized by his charisma as he spoke to me. I was gorganized by Lindsay as he explained the flat earth.
And there's no cure.
Far from it.
Yeah. The next one is a cockalorum.
A room full of them?
No.
Cockalorum.
A room full of what?
Cocks.
No.
Oh.
Cockalorum.
This is an English one, isn't it?
Yep. It is.
Okay.
A midget
It's
matador?
about peacocking. It's about it's somebody who's full of his own importance.
You are correct. Coming straight out of the 1710s, this word refers to a little man who has a high opinion of himself. As in, that guy has short man syndrome. He's a total cockalorum.
Ah.
Napoleon.
You're correct. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Next one is a snout fair.
Snout fair.
Snout fair.
I'm trying to get it before the picture because it's more fun that way.
Yeah.
Okay. Any idea?
Yeah.
Break it up into two words and think what that might mean.
A collection of pleasant smells.
No.
Snout fair.
Change the order of the two words and then think about what that might mean.
When someone's put too much perfume on.
No, if it's if it's fair snout, then it's somebody. It's a good-looking nose. Oh wait, snout used to mean something else. Oh God, I hate it. Oh.
All right, a snout fair? No, it doesn't refer to a festival of cute pigs
Yeah,
with
that's what I
lovely
was
looking
thinking of
snouts. No, it actually refers to a good-looking person and comes from the 1500s. Today, we'd use it as the girl who plays Supergirl, total snout fair.
Wow, that's weird.
Yeah.
Stuck around saying you've got a nice snout. You know,
Yeah.
it doesn't sound
Whoa,
right.
look at that snout fair.
I'm not too sure that's one of the better pickup lines you can use.
No, I wouldn't use it these days. No.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So what is a jollux?
Maybe at a Renaissance fair.
Jollux.
A jollux. You'll get this one immediately. I show you the picture.
That's what soap Angelina Jolie uses.
No. Angelina Jolie is not a jollux. Definitely not.
Jollux.
Anthony Riley, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh.
I see where this is going.
You can see where it's going.
Straight down the crapper.
Oh boy.
Whoa.
Somebody grossly overweight.
Yes. Right. Even in the 1780s, they had slang, and jollux was a term to refer to a fat person.
Wow.
Perhaps that's where we get jolly from, for the jolly.
Maybe.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
That's where body positive comes from. Jollux. Oh man.
Kerglaff.
Kerglaff.
That's too.
I'm thinking something to do with dogs.
Kerglaff.
If Pip was here, she might know this, because I think it comes from a Scottish word.
Seems like an article of clothing.
It's not. This is your hint.
Drowning?
Oh.
This is an expression?
It is an expression.
Petrified.
No.
Okay,
it's a particular thing that you do when doing something particular, as in this picture.
Yeah, drowning.
No.
Yeah, drowning.
Why might he have that expression on his face, other than
he's just seen a shark in the swimming pool?
Yeah.
No, he's just seen a jollux launch itself off the pool in his direction.
Oh, they were just about to
God, we
jump.
appreciate you, Alan.
That person was just about to jump off a diving board in front of him.
No.
Yeah, a jollux.
This is what it is. You know when you plunge into that cold ocean water and want to scream? That shock is Kerglaff.
Okay.
So there you go. It comes from, so when you want to scream when you jump in the cold water. Yeah.
Well, they've got the North Sea right there, so.
Yeah. Brabble.
Playing Scrabble with your bros.
Yeah, that's it.
Nope.
That's a bit too recent. Okay.
No, okay. The Omig said he just spotted a floater in the pool. Missed that one.
Yeah.
From the jollux.
You've got to catch up to the peanut gallery. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Brabble. I don't know if it's referring to the child with the hand over the ears or the mother saying something.
It requires two to brabble.
Okay.
One person not listening to what the other person's actually saying.
It's an argument.
Remember when you heard that mum and daughter having a rather loud argument in the grocery store? They were brabbling over something inconsequential.
Oh.
So it's just basically having an argument, yeah.
Okay. We'll try to remember that one when the
Alright.
flirts are trying to argue.
Twitter light.
Twitter light.
No, it's not an LED light that you put on your phone while you're trying to send a Twitter message.
Yeah, I was thinking of something to do with Twitter.
A Twitter light.
It could be something to do with Twilight or something. Sunrise, Twilight.
You are correct, Terry. All right. No, it doesn't refer to the backlight of your phone as you're scrolling through Twitter. It actually is a 1600s alternative to the time of day we call twilight. So basically, they shortened this word to make twilight.
Is anyone taking score?
Why would they call it Twitter light? That's interesting.
Well, I guess
Is
that's
Twitter...
when. Haven't you heard all the birds start twittering around twilight?
Ah, okay.
Yeah, when all
Oh,
of the
so
noisy
if it
buggers
was
are
the
out there
rooster,
screaming
they...
at the top of their heads, my tree.
So if it was the rooster crowing of a morning, it'd be called rooster light.
Oh.
Rooster light. Yeah.
Well, it's just been referred to as cockscrow for a lot of people.
Yeah. Lunting.
Lunting.
Anyone like a good lunt?
I don't know.
Lunt.
When you put it like that, Paul.
I reckon you'd enjoy a good lunt, Terry.
Lunting.
Yeah.
Something to drink.
A clue.
Like.
Smoking a pipe.
Yeah. It's smoking a pipe after a particular activity.
Sex.
No.
Hunting.
Hunting. You are correct.
Okay.
In the 1820s, gentlemen would enjoy a post-meal lunt. That means they would go for a walk and smoke a pipe. Yeah, particularly after hunting. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Beef-witted.
I don't want to touch that one.
Having the brains of a cow.
Yeah.
Beef-witted.
A fleur for carpenter.
Yeah, it basically means being stupid, right?
Go for it, Cletus.
Yeah, what could go wrong? What could go wrong?
Yeah. Monsterful.
Something to do with a monster and being full.
Gigantic.
No, nothing at all to do
difficult
with
child.
monsters. No.
Grotesque.
No. Nothing of the sort. No. It just goes to show how these terms sort of like, it's kind of like a term that kids use that you don't sort of quite comprehend, but they all use it. You know, like, oh, radical, man.
Monsterful. Like really big or something? Oh.
I like humongous or
Not really.
but splendid.
Literally.
Splendorful.
A vast
Kind
view.
of, yeah. Out of the 1810s, this word refers to something rather extraordinary and wonderful. The Deadpool movie was every bit as monsterful as the trailer promised.
Wow.
Kind of
That's
like
so
awesome.
Yeah, awesome.
It's so
Yeah,
far
awesome.
away from today. Monster,
Yeah.
you know, is either grotesque or massive. But this is
Yeah,
extraordinary and
Yeah,
wonderful.
awesome seems to fit.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
How did
Oh,
that
you'll
food
like
get
this. You'll love this one.
Call a pigeon.
Hello, pigeon.
Callipygian.
Callipygian, sorry.
Didn't we?
Yeah.
Is that any relation to Egypt?
Negation.
Negation. Yeah.
No. Any idea?
Callipygian. Someone who did the calligraphy for someone who.
Yeah, I was
could
going to
write.
say something to do with writing. Yeah, because it's
Nope.
got the calib.
Okay.
Want the picture, Claire?
Call it. I don't know what
Yeah.
call it.
Ooh.
But ooh.
Hey, I thought we did finish Lindsay's presentation.
I see
Any
the
idea
vortex.
what the word
I see the
callipygian
vortex.
might mean?
I see the vortex. Oh, yeah.
I see the toroidal magnetic field.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
You see the
You've
particles?
spoiled us now forever.
Do the particles go in one end and out the other somehow, or swirl around?
The moisture.
Come on, man.
Oh, the moisture. Can we see?
Oh, the moisture.
Oh no!
The
It's all
ether
falling
bubbles.
down now, isn't it?
I can't see
It's
the
all
ether
gone
Any
bubbles.
idea? Any idea what calopagian means?
If she turns around, I'll be able to see the ether bubbles.
Round. Round and
I'm lucky I'm not monetized.
Yeah.
round and voluptuous.
It may never be at this rate.
Okay, what it means, it's something like a well-shaped butt, a beautifully shaped buttocks. That's what it means.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's so far away from the word.
So you ready for the next? You ready for the next word yet?
Oh, where'd it go? I have
the vortex.
Hey, wait a minute! I missed something. Put the other one back up again.
Puzzle.
Puzzle.
Puzzle for dogs.
To mess things up.
No.
Pip says she's going to come in and hit you all a slap around the head. Well, the key's in the special place, Pip.
Oh.
What is this?
I don't know.
What I do every day when I fall asleep, my face hits the desk.
Yeah, but at least it's on a table and not on the keyboard.
Oh, to pass out drunk.
And mine's not alcohol induced.
Yeah. Well, probably happened to you on your stag night in the 1910s. So this wasn't that long ago. Friends would gather and get fuzzled to have a good time. In other words, they would get drunk or intoxicated. Yeah.
Interesting. Fuzzled.
Yeah. All right. Quokka-wodger.
Quokka?
What's a quokka-wodger?
Quokka-wodger.
Far out. No wonder they shorten these words.
Yeah.
You know?
It's a
Quokka-wodger.
It's a wodger.
Oh.
It's a wodger cocker.
To manipulate somebody?
Puppet.
Or somebody who manipulates people?
It's a puppet. From the 1850s, this funny-sounding English term referred to a wooden puppet that was controlled by strings. Yeah. She can't think for herself. She's such a quokka-wodger.
Whoa, I don't think I'd say that to her. We're in trouble now.
Resistentialism.
Whoa. That's a word, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Resist.
Far out.
So you resist a tent in illism.
So it's resist. I didn't even know words started
An
like
anti-communist.
No.
Resistentialism. It's having having views but don't having views about something, but you don't express them.
Yeah, you're thinking like me because the ending part.
Oh, the picture's interesting.
Oh, the pictures are very interesting.
Okay then. Change my answer to.
What might he be feeling at the moment?
Confused and unable to work it out.
He got a blackout just as he was searching for his porn.
Exactly. His power cut during Pornhub or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Moment when your computer decides to apply updates and you haven't saved anything.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that one. I agree.
And particularly you're thinking that it chose that moment to do it. That's the essential bit of resistentialism. Because what it is, it's a little more recent, as in the 1940s. This phrase refers to the malevolent behaviour that would be displayed by inanimate objects, such as, that statue looks a little vicious. I think it exhibits resistentialism.
Okay.
So, in other words, where you apply a sense of viciousness to inanimate objects, like
your car won't start.
Yeah, that's right.
It's doing it just to spite me.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
All right.
Like I burnt my garlic bread the other week, so the stove don't like me.
Yeah, ovens are
Got
all against
any
me.
idea what lethophobia is?
You've got a phobia of something, so what the litho part is.
Phobic of Pruleth, the
Lithophobia.
domestic goddess woman thing
I have
on
no
telly.
idea.
Litho.
Fear of
It's not
yellow.
fear of.
Fear of what?
Hey,
Yellow.
Pip.
No, it's not fear of yellow.
Dang it.
Fear of sleeping?
No, not fear of sleeping.
Yeah, the litho part's got me beat.
Only through my Greek and I can't get that word at all.
Litho.
Want a hint?
Fear
The
of
hint will
public
base-
speaking.
The picture will actually tell you what it is, because I couldn't find an actual picture that described this very well. It's very hard to find a picture to describe this. So here you go.
Fear of nothingness.
Yeah, it's a fear of oblivion. Yeah. So if you're
Wow,
lethophobic, you're feared of oblivion.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting one.
That is interesting.
Would that be like being scared of dying or death?
I guess so. Yeah. Yeah.
Only if you don't believe in an afterlife.
Yeah,
Like
I guess so.
Going into
Yeah.
nothingness. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was the river Leith the one for forgetfulness or for sleeping?
I don't know.
I
I'm
think
not
it's
up on
related.
my.
Anyway.
Yeah. Could be.
Greek
Yeah.
mythology.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's interesting.
So, what is a slubberdigullion?
A big word?
Yeah.
Slubberdigullion.
Slubberdigullion. Yeah. You would use this word to describe someone.
Fat.
You're a slob?
No. No, you're a jollocks if you're fat, Pip.
Yep.
You're a slob or an untidy person?
Kind of.
Unreliable person.
No, down my road. You have to
No.
go down my road.
Not necessarily drunk.
Yeah.
Couch
A
potato.
lazy
Couch
potato.
Couch potato. Yeah, couch potato would describe it perfectly.
Oh, that's
Did you
me, I'm a
spend the
slubber.
weekend? Yeah, did you spend the weekend sprawled on the sofa with no intentions of moving? Then you're a slubberdigullion.
What about people that sit in front of the computer all day?
I guess so. Yeah. What is curmuring?
Oh my goodness.
Something to
These
do
are
with
good words for Scrabble. I tell you that much.
Yeah. Curmuring.
Circumference
You've
of your
all
ring.
experienced this. You've all experienced this at some stage.
Your circumference of your ring.
No doubt.
Did we experience it listening to Lindsay?
Only if you didn't have something to eat for a long time.
Oh, okay.
Hungry.
Not really hungry. It's not hunger. This will give you a hint.
Your stomach
Tummy
rumbling?
rumblings.
Stomach rumblings. That's exactly what it is.
Oh.
Remember the day you had an important meeting and no time to grab a bite to eat beforehand, and then just at the moment the director got up to speak, your stomach gave a proper loud rumbling. That's curmuring.
Well, I don't remember having an important meeting.
Murmuring, but further down.
That's funny.
I think I missed the meeting.
Right. Yeah. Lumming.
Slumming, but you forgot the S. Yeah.
No.
Lumming.
Cleaning chimneys.
No.
Lumming.
In Scotland, a lum's a chimney.
It's got something to do with weather.
Oh, okay.
Cloudy day. Oh, rainy day.
Yeah, it's basically rain. In the 1900s, it would come lumming down on rainy days.
Oh, lumming down.
Yeah.
Heavy rain.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, get a lot of lumming over in England.
Here's one for Blue. What is a California widow?
Oh. Well, how's Blue think he knows this one? Is Blue there? Has he gone AWOL again?
Yeah. Any idea what a California widow is?
It's somebody that's died in California.
Yeah, a woman whose husband was a surfer and died.
No.
Okay.
Widow of a biker. Hells Angel.
Nope.
It's freaky looking. That's what that picture is.
Yeah, something.
Back to the beer.
The clues in the picture.
It's from the late 1800s.
But the clues in the picture.
Oh, it would be a woman whose husband's gone off to the goldfields of California, wouldn't it?
That's correct. Right. Did you marry a man who goes off to work in other parts of the state for long periods of time? Then you're an 1889 California widow.
Like a golf widow.
Yeah. So you're not actually a
nothing
widow,
to do with
but
hipsters then.
no.
You caught him on.
No.
You caught him on Tinder, and you killed him.
Now this is the word that I brought up before. All right. Zenic. Zenzik. What does this mean?
Well,
And I
in
said
the context
that
you used it, not even wrong.
That Lindsay was zenzically wrong.
Continuously.
Categorically.
The biggest number you can possibly ever think of.
Here's a hint. The Zenzik of 2 is 256.
Oh my goodness.
To the 8th power?
You are correct. So
well
Lindsay was wrong to the 8th power.
All I see is New Zealand, New Zealand, New Zealand, New Zealand.
Of course you do.
Nice.
Yeah, right. Yeah. There you go. What is a hooplandy?
Oh, another good Scrabble word.
Mm.
I don't think you pronounce the E in the end.
It depends what language it is, I guess.
Yeah.
Dutch or something.
Looks like Dutch, yeah.
Somebody that's from a certain land.
Holy Land.
Like
It's to do with. Is it to do with the
Long
clothing
sleeve.
she's wearing?
It is.
The headdress or the long sleeves or something. Hooplandy.
It's a gown of some sort, or.
Right. It means a cloak and was used in the medieval days. Yeah.
Just
What language is it? Do you know?
Now this is something
medieval.
that you would never say to somebody today.
That's a language.
You definitely wouldn't use this today.
With
squirrel.
With
Crazy.
squirrel.
Somebody
If
who
you were
likes
to
personal
refer to someone with squirrel,
grooming.
what would that mean?
Who's pregnant? Oh, yes.
They're with a squirrel.
Beer belly.
How pregnant?
Ah, okay.
Just
A little
recently pregnant.
It refers to someone.
Showing pregnancy.
It's referring to someone who's 3 months pregnant. So they've got 6 months to go.
With
So
squirrel.
you'd be referring to as being with squirrel. You wouldn't say that to somebody today, would you?
No, I've been with squirrel twice.
Yeah.
Paul,
Hey, Rosie's with squirrel, Alan.
yes, I was going to say that exactly describes my daughter just about.
Yeah.
She's about 6 months to go.
Yeah.
Tell her, Ellen, she's with squirrel. See what
She's with squirrel. No, Alan likes the space.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
like being alive.
Scurryfunge. What does that mean?
Oh my goodness.
I imagine to move around quickly doing something, but I have no idea what a funge is.
The scurry part makes you like you're running around. Doing something.
Yes, it's definitely got something to do with running around, but it's in a particular situation.
It's a hurried escape.
No, it's not. It
Okay.
is a hurried something, though. Like you look out your front window and you see the next door neighbour coming over to your house.
Oh, it's when you rush around tidying everything up quickly.
That is correct, Alan. All right, that's a scurry
Okay, it's not hiding the porn then.
Yeah, a hasty tidying of the house between the time you see your neighbour and the time she knocks on the door.
Right, like the opening scene in Everyone Loves Raymond when the mother walks across the road and they quickly try to tidy up or something. Or try to hide or something.
Okay, what's a giglet?
A billion piglets.
Yeah, I was trying to think of how many piglets that'd
be. No.
A child who can't stop laughing.
You're kind of on the right track.
So it's giggling. So it'd have to do with giggling then, or laughing.
Not necessarily to do with giggling.
Rowdy teenagers.
A merry, light-hearted, playful, romping girl.
Okay.
It's a giglet.
Oh.
Okay.
What is a condiddle?
Oh, that's a conjugal visit for an inmate.
Yeah.
It's when you're in the middle of contemplation.
Or
no.
Alternatively, something that happens if you drop the shower when you're in prison.
Oh.
Drop the soap in the shower.
A condiddle. A cat burglar.
The con as in a convict and a diddle as in a...
Mm-hmm.
The condiddle is to convey away secretly. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
An egg wife trot.
Egg white.
What is an egg wife trot?
Egg wife trot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Egg wife.
Something to do with chickens?
Nope. Nothing at all to do with chickens.
Oh.
What? An early run on the beach?
We're back soon, just over for an egg wife trot.
Yeah.
A jog.
Exact. A jog is pretty much what it is. Yep. An
Okay.
easy jog, such as such a speed as farmers' wives carry their eggs to the market.
Okay.
That's what an egg wife trot is. I must have. I must have missed the.
Wait a minute. We've got to guess. We've got to guess the word.
You got to guess what the word. You got to guess what the word is now.
We guess the word.
Jeopardy.
We guess the word now.
To walk in a leisurely, casual, or aimless way.
We have to guess a word for that. I don't think we will.
Lollygaggle.
No.
I'll take.
The word is obambulate.
Oh, like as in a perambulate.
Oh, that was right on the my tongue, Terry. I tell you.
If we had perambulate, I would have guessed that. Obambulate.
Obambulate.
Obambulate. Yeah. So there you go. That's all.
Oh, that was great, Paul. Thank you.
That's good. Enjoyed that. Sorry, I missed the beginning.
That's all right. There you go.
Well, some of the credit goes to me, doesn't it, Paul? Because I did think of that.
Yeah. You gave me that idea. Yeah.
Well done, Terry, then.
Nice bit of preparation there, though, Paul.
Yeah, but Paul done all the hard work.
Yeah.
Was that PowerPoint then, Paul?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. Very nice.
Oh.
So I officially say hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Yep.
I don't want to interrupt. I had to
No, you're
name
not.
them it
No,
all.
you're not interrupting.
Awesome.
No interruptions.
No, not at all.
Nothing. And somebody earned their spanner tonight, Pip.
So I see. What did you do?
Gave. Well, I thought it was a
Dave,
compliment.
Nick, what did you do?
I thought it was a. I thought it was a compliment.
He
So
agreed
I-
with Terry, right? That's
Groveling was involved.
Groveling was involved.
bribery was involved.
Hey, David. Did you
When
do
we doubted Terry, he didn't, and now
Yeah.
he's got a spanner.
Well, you got to read Rule D, don't you? So.
We know the rules. We know the rules.
Yeah. It wasn't a complaint.
Oh no, it wasn't a
You know,
complaint. Actually, no.
It wasn't a complaint.
Grovelled. Okay.
I grovelled.
I believe there was some brown nosing involved.
Rule 4.
No, there's no rule 4, Alan.
There is no.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
There
rule
is
D,
no
isn't it?
Rule D.
Dora says 4 is right out.
There
I
is-
can't believe you're still going. I thought I'd go away and doing all the shopping.
Yeah, I am
for
running a
going, so-
bit behind schedule because we're going for 320 at the moment, and we still haven't got to Sheila video and we didn't do any stories for you, Pip, because I didn't know what you dropped lately, so I didn't get to that.
Wednesday was the last one about the bottle of the boob, but I think you did that. I've got a premiere at 3 today. Well, 3:30.
I've got a premiere at 2:30.
Yeah, that's fine.
2:30. How long have we got for that? Another hour. Okay.
Well,
Did you ever show? Did you ever?
It's only a short one for me.
Did you ever show the sunny side of the sun, the Lindsay Harris one?
Oh,
no. Lindsay
Well,
Harris.
I made it.
Yeah.
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 Did you show it? No. I don't have anything new then.
Sunny side of the sun.
We've had quite enough
Yeah.
Lindsay Harris for one evening.
Oh.
Yes, he's
Lifetime.
He was my inspiration.
Yeah.
He was telling us about negation physics today.
Yes.
A who physics?
Negation. It's when you don't put the P in Egyptian.
Really?
It's at the top of his whiteboard.
Yeah.
Negation.
Negation. And he waves at it a few times and looks at it. And I swear to God, he paused at one point and then just continued on like there was nothing wrong.
Yeah. We learned today that there's 2 vortexes and there's moisture.
Yes.
And
lots of moisture.
Lots of moisture.
2 suns.
And there's 2 suns. That's right.
Oh,
and the
there's 2
Milky Way is separate from the stars we see in the sky. It's incredible. It really is. Yeah.
Yeah, not worth a watch then. Nope.
Yeah, we were watching him 1.5 speed.
And it was still torturous.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'll go back and watch it.
Yeah, it was good fun though.
And we've come up with a whole new level of wrong. You know, I started it fractally wrong. Then he was not even wrong. And we've decided he was... How did it go, Alan? Is it not even fractally wrong?
Not even fractally wrong. But Zenzi
diddly doos. Yeah.
Zenzi diddly doos.
It's zenzically wrong.
Oh.
That's it.
Which is wrong to the power of 8.
Realms, everyone needs some Egyptian.
Negation.
Negation
Yeah.
physics in their life. Yeah. It's
Exactly.
quite hard to say
And that's
that.
what
yeah,
detected all the moisture, Pip, was the negation of physics.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's all sorted out. No, cool.
Exactly.
And apparently the Eye of Horus looks suspiciously like the Eye of Sauron.
Oh, God.
Exactly. And also, it's like this. The electrons run up and back down, and then bang, the sun.
Bang!
And that's where the Big Bang Theory comes from.
The things we didn't know, we didn't know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes, because and apparently electrons can flow in straight lines in a magnetic field.
Yeah.
Listen, if you said that to me, I'd probably go, all right, okay. Moisture above as below. Oh. I think I might pass on that one.
It's all very new theory.
No, it's the something about realms. I don't know. The non-physical realm.
Oh yeah, what was the realm? The I can't even remember. The shrinking? No, the listening? No.
And that's
Something
why
of
we think
the
it's
realm.
a sphere and
Yeah. The shortening? No. Oh, I can't remember.
The blue shift.
Oh, don't forget the blue shift. Yeah,
Well, there's a blue shift. Oh.
it's in the vortex.
It's all there.
That mean everything's coming towards us instead of going away
the
from
crocodile, the sun,
and for some reason bubbles.
ether bubbles that are magnetic and
Ether
electric.
bubbles.
Ether bubbles.
Yeah.
That go.
Don't tell Babis for God's sake.
Apparently.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, ether bubbles that are, what was it? Magnetic, electric, and electromagnetic.
Yep. And don't forget.
And moisture.
And moisture, yeah.
Yeah, there's always
Because the moisture was in the ether bubbles, which were magnetic and electric. It's just it's so painful.
So was the day you said the sunny side of the sun. Paul and I were in absolute fits.
Yeah, I know. That was so. I laugh even when I think of it now.
Just hurts my brain. The sunny side of the sun.
The sunny side of the sun. Yeah.
It's like going to the, sending a probe to the sun, but it can only land at night.
Well, if you're interested, I've got this Australian science quiz that I've had for ages and I've never done.
Australian science.
Yeah.
That sounds
Australian, yeah, Aussie science. So, I bet I'll know. Blue will probably know them as well. There's only 10 questions. If you want me to do it, I can do it. It's been sitting here forever.
And apparently, the electrons are positive. Says David. Okay.
Go away, dog.
Can I use any of my newly acquired Gaussian physics knowledge to possibly answer these questions?
Yes,
Do you think I
if
can?
you listen to Lindsay, you'll know all the answers.
Ah, excellent.
So is there only
Very
10
happy.
or have you cut it down to 10?
No, there's only 10.
Okay.
And I just went, it's like a multiple choice thing, so I just click, and I got 2 out of 10. But I wasn't really.
Oh, wow.
I just wanted the answers.
Oh,
Want
yeah,
to try
that's twice as good as chance.
Sure.
So, first question. Do you want me to give you the multiple choices? Or you just want to guess the answer?
Just guess the answer.
Okay. Which widely used technology was invented by John O'Sullivan to study black holes? Oh, wait to get my chat up. In the chat.
Telescope.
Radio telescope.
Type it in the.
Type it in the group
Type
chat.
the answers in the Zoom group chat.
Oh.
Don't yell them out. Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
Sorry, I get distracted by Thank God It's Lad. Here
Mark
first.
didn't get the
Sean
memo,
Connery is
sorry.
not Scottish. Sean Connery is not Scottish. I watched the James Bond movies and understood him, but he is Scottish. No. Which widely used technology was originally invented by John O'Sullivan to study black holes. We use it all the time, probably using it right now. No, it's not radio telescopes. Not LIGO. Everybody uses it now. Yeah, everybody uses it now. No, do you have a router in your house at all? There you go. He invented YouTube.
I should have known that.
Wi-Fi?
Yeah, I'm going to read it now and I'll give you.
Yeah, it's Australian. Yeah, we invented Wi-Fi.
John O'Sullivan. Thanks, Terry. That's everybody knows the answer now.
I'm sorry.
Okay, nobody's getting out there. So it says Wi-Fi. Radio astronomer Dr. John O'Sullivan and a team from CSIRO developed Wi-Fi in the 90s as a way to unsmear radio waves, reflecting off surfaces indoors or in local outdoor areas by using multiple radio frequencies. So he invented Wi-Fi. There you go. Dr. Brian Schmidt was awarded the 2011 Nobel Prize in Physics for his contribution to the discovery of an accelerating expansion of the universe. What research was he doing when he made his discovery? Probably better if I give you the multiple choices.
Possibly, yes.
Mm-hmm. No, David, it wasn't gravitational lensing. It has to do with stars. A specific star. Nope.
Mm.
Gravy things. Now you're just being funny. I'm going to give the multiple choices. Ready? A, searching for dark energy. B, looking for distant galaxies at the edge of the universe. C, surveying dead stars called white dwarfs. D, recording exploding stars known as a Type 1a supernova. Yep. Miro, why are you in Melbourne?
It's windy here too. Oh, it was.
A bit chilly here. No, you're taking too long out there. We have two correct answers, and here is D. Recording exploding stars known as Type 1a supernova. Dr. Barry Marshall and Dr. Robin Warren won a Nobel Prize in Medicine for their identification of Helicobacter pylori. What illness is caused by this bacterium? A, colds and flu. B, chronic gastritis and peptic ulcers. C, glaucoma. D, dementia. Yep. Wait for the side chat to catch up. It's not. We have 1, 2, 3 correct answers in here. Nope, you're wrong, Stuart. Must be because I don't remember. Okay, can't wait all day. The answer was B, chronic gastritis and peptic ulcers.
Unless they've got a really, really, really bad lag.
It must be really bad. But they're all just going on about double Ds, so there you go. Which Australian invention has been used by the most people? A, spray on skin. B, the electronic pacemaker. C, the bionic ear. Or D, the polymer note. I don't even know what a polymer note is.
That's the money. Our money.
Oh, that kind of plasticky stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
What we use as well for our money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea what it was.
Fosters.
we don't use Fosters over here, Stewie. We ship that overseas.
Yeah, that's just an export. Dora says B sounds plausible. Nope. Yeah. Well done, Professor. Pineapple, the polymer note. Okay. What did astronomer Lawrence Hargrave discover? A, powered flight. B, the Southern Cross constellation. C, that a curved wing surface provides greater lift than a flat one. Or D, a new type of bridge design. Lawrence Hargrave. Terry is correct.
I forgot what letter my answer was supposed to be.
C.
I'll take that one.
Is that C, was it?
I think it was C.
Yeah. If I could pronounce it, the Elmix, of course.
And I can tell you a little bit about him, but I'll see what Pip's got.
Yeah, well, we have David Nicol, the Sukkot, heard us say C, so yes. In 1882, Hargrave discovered that a curved wing gives twice the lift of a flat surface. And over to Terry.
Lawrence the Hargrave, we've got an actual Lawrence Hargrave Drive, just north of me here at Thurrool, where it starts, and it goes up through to Bald Hill, where he's remembered for doing his box kite flights for off that hill there, and everyone does hang gliding off there to this day.
Yeah, that's in one of the wee bits. The 12th of November 1894, Hargrave flew almost 5 metres in a sling seat suspended below one of his box kites. There you go, well done. I'm going to miss some of these because they're really strange. Professor Ian Chubb is Australia's current chief scientist. What is his scientific background in? Ian Chubb. A. Agricultural science. B. Neuroscience. C. Astronomy. Or D. Botany.
No, I wouldn't have a clue. I'm going to
There's
just
our
guess.
resident
I'm going to
professor
guess.
that's out there.
I'm just going to guess.
Okay. Guesses are good.
Then I'll guess something else.
No, you're only allowed one, Mark. Where people have tried that before.
Here's Professor Phil. I bet he knows.
You guessed one of the options, I'll guess another one of the options.
Yep, Mira, well done. And Monk and Terry.
I was only
Neuroscience.
guessing. I was only guessing. Me and Monk were guessing.
No, my B was from the previous question, and it was wrong.
Okay.
Oh, was it? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make it easy to work out, does it, in the chat?
No, it doesn't.
Howard Florey won a Nobel Prize in Medicine in 1945. What did he do? Howard Florey. A. Identified the flu virus. B. Developed penicillin to treat infection. C. Discovered anti-vaccines by using cowpox to treat smallpox. Or D. Discovered penicillin.
Didn't you just repeat one of those answers?
Yes.
B and D.
A. He identified the influenza virus. B. He developed penicillin to treat infection. C. Discovered anti-vaccines by using cowpox to treat smallpox. D. Discovered penicillin.
I'm just going to have to use a letter to guess again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 1 in 4 chance.
Well, I know it wasn't one of them, because I'm sure one of them was invented by somebody else.
Yep. Mr. Fleming. Yes, both correct in here. And Miro out there. B. He developed penicillin to treat infection. Last one. Which of the following is named after Dr. Karl? K-A-R-L. A spider, a frog, an asteroid, or a dinosaur?
No, I'm not copying you, Monk, but it's...
We have a correct answer. One of them is correct.
I just typed quicker.
That's why I'm not allowed to take part in quizzes.
Yeah, you have to stand in the corner and run over to your typewriter and then type it.
Door says Carlosaurus. Not heard of that one. A spider, a frog, an asteroid, or a dinosaur.
I like some of the other answers I give, but...
No, not Doctor Who, Miro.
You were all hoping I was going to give out questions about lawnmowers and things, weren't you?
Yeah, and the Hills Hoist.
And the Ute. Only one person in here's got it, so there you go.
Well done, Paul.
Okay, too many question marks. It's an asteroid.
Yeah.
The asteroid was discovered in 1993 and was named 18412 some Polish name. Kruzelniczy. No freaking sake. Anyway, that's me done. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Pip.
I'll get me zero next time. I didn't realise it was quite hard as that.
I missed those questions. Those ones.
Oh, bloody hard.
Oh, the Australian ones, anyway.
Hard, yeah, that was. Yeah.
I used to think I do science.
Easier one.
And being Australian, you think you know, you didn't think you should know.
Yeah, I only adopted.
Well, but you all wanted questions about utes and lawnmowers. And...
I'm disappointed that none of the invention questions were, like the electric fence or something.
Well, I had one of them. I thought, nah, you're all going to know that. Yeah, it's too hard, Dora. I agree.
I just finished my diamond quiz, Terry. If you want to do a diamond quiz.
Oh, not tonight. I've only got one video. I've got to play Wally's because he insisted. And we've been going for 3 3/4 hours, which is a little bit over schedule. So we'll
I've got a premiere at 2:30.
And I was just about to mention that Alan's got a premiere in 3/4 of an hour.
And I have one at 3.
That's in another 2.5 hours.
Well, I don't know how, because you're back on your own channel and you never know how long you could go. You could go 7 or 8 hours for being a sick.
No.
No.
No, I'll stick to the 3.5-ish hours, around that time. Because it seems to be how long it takes for the first bit, the middle bit, and the last bit. So, I'll watch Wally and then we'll finish off a little bit. And then we'll finish off altogether. Where are you? Wally? Come here, Wally, where are you?
Where's Wally?
Where's Wally? Where are you, Wally?
Yeah.
Why are they all formatted weird today? They don't fit the window.
Have you zoomed out?
No, I got it at 100%, which is where I always
No,
do it.
it's just.
No, if you click that thing at the bottom left, the 4 little triangles.
I think it's just somebody's used a wide image in.
Yeah, they don't fit they're not fitting the window like they normally do.
Well, that's because you've got.
You haven't full-sized it.
That's because the image. That's because the video has got black bars at the top and bottom.
No, the video surface is smaller, I think is what he's saying. Try the theater mode.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Left one.
Left.
Not that one. That one.
No, it cuts off too much on the sides.
No, it's too big.
Yeah, it's too big.
I think Terry is just.
Hey.
What about clicking full screen though? The last one.
Yeah, but outside
in
the YouTube stream, it looks different.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's probably because you've got a slightly differently sized window than normal.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't
size of
changed. I haven't changed anything here.
Are you sure you haven't got the YouTube window slightly wider or narrower than normal?
No, it's the same size as I always have it. It hasn't changed. So I don't know what's happened there.
Well, it's possible that YouTube's changed their CSS, so they may have just been messing with the layout.
But anyway, I'll play that. It's Ranty's failure, Be the Goat, Ranty and other Irish sea follies.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, today I'm going to have a look across the Irish Sea and the Gwinty Moor wind farm. Now this is the same wind farm that Ranty just used to prove that the Earth is flat. Well, from Formby to Orme at least. Well, at least in his mind. Let's see if he actually managed to do that.
It looks flat, at least to me.
Well, firstly, Arctic Reflections pointed out that the camera work on this video was really up to the usual flat Earth standards, and by that he means it was wobbly and grey. Now, I'm not going to go over the battlefield between Arctic Reflections and Ranty, well, not much anyway. I'm going to do the exact opposite. I have images from another Black Pudlian, Stephen Cheatley, and he has his own channel called Starman. And unlike most flat earthers, dare I say all flat earthers, Stephen is a professional photographer, and he gave the world this image of Neowise. This is absolutely awesome stuff, Steve, and there's a link in the description as always. Steve even has a video about how he went about making this Neowise image. Pretty good stuff. So about a year ago I asked Stephen to see if he could shoot a line of sight across the top of a wind farm and line it up with the hubs. And he did, and oh boy what a nice job he did. Now these images he took on the 16th of June 2019 at around 3 PM. So here we are scanning across Gwinty Moor wind farm, and this time it's from the car park at St Tundo's Church, and the link is in the description as always. Now
I feel like we're missing some speaking here.
Where be the audio?
Yeah, are we?
Oh, look at that big boat behind those windmills.
We've got no sound.
No.
We've got sound because we were getting wind noise just before, but...
And maybe it's just not speaking over it.
Maybe it's just no. Yeah, there's no sound.
This may not be ready for view. It's definitely a heck of a lot better video and image quality than Ranty was capable of.
Yeah.
And look how crisp it is out to the bottom of those.
At a minute 47, we're going to stop right here because right over there on the horizon is Blackpool Tower. Well, look, I'll show you the stills in a minute. They are much clearer, so let's keep scrolling. See what else we can see along here. Oh, look, the Douglas complex. How pretty is that? Enhance. See it now? Enhance. Okay, so let's have a look at some of these photos in closer detail. You'll see in the middle here that there is Blackpool Tower, and this is from, wait for it, 74 kilometres away. But only the top of the tower is showing, funnily enough. 75 metres of 158 metres are visible. Well, that's interesting. So the Walter Bislin Earth Curve calculator with standard refraction, spot on too. So I too counted and labelled all the towers from the Douglas complex to the right to line up with the sight line from the Blackpool Tower. And I put all those numbers on the screenshot from Google Earth with the wind farm and their tower positions. So now we've got a good thing to reference. And Stephen, being the ever professional photographer, he shot the whole scene again, but this time from 200 metres elevation. And there, once more, even though it was rather grey, is the Blackpool Tower. Enhance. See it now? Enhance. Oh, you gotta love Steve. He is indeed a professional, because look at what else he did. He stayed around till after dark and he took a photo of the night Blackpool Tower. How's that, Randy?
That's a lot of wind turbines.
Oh yeah,
it is, isn't it?
Yep. We're getting more and more of them off.
And any old goat can see that this was taken from Greater Orme. And here is the stone
Sticking
wall
out in the
in the
hills
car park
outside
if
my
you doubt it. And
town.
here is that old goat close up. Enhance. Oh, that reminds me. Ranty, he went and made some claims too.
The area directly behind this turbine is 151 metres in elevation. The distance to the turbine is 37.4 kilometres. Now, the height of the hub for the Gwyntimore turbines is 98 metres, and the hidden at this distance on a globe would be 33.5 metres.
So 32 metres hidden. Well, that sure looks right to me. You know, the hub of these wind turbines is 98 metres high, as Ranty just said. The blade length is 53.5 metres, so that's just over halfway down. So halfway down on this turbine is water. So there must be, what, 33 metres below water, yes? Well, let's not just guess at it like Ranty did. Let's do some pixel counting. So those blades, 53.5 metres long roughly. So measuring the vertical blade, I get about 180 pixels. So that gives us a scale of 3.36 pixels per metre. That means there is almost 66.6 metres of tower showing above the horizon, and I didn't make that up. This means that there is 31.4 metres of tower
conspiracy
hidden.
confirmed.
You said there should be 33.5 hidden, and if you allow for shoaling, tidal bores, high tide, low tide, moon, the way you hold your mouth, this is spot on globe-proof Ranty. So
It's just
this is where the
numbers.
base of the tower
Numbers mean
actually
nothing.
is, and it's behind the curve. Well, this means you got it wrong, Ranty. So do we see a retraction for you coming soon? And I do not recall any of your crew and the flatties who love to listen to you pointing out this error. They should have. So how is it that you rate your ability to understand these optics now, Ranty?
It's shocking. Now, if we lived on a globe, which is a huge amount of surface water, then this water must, I repeat, must be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. If the water is flat, there is no curve. You see, water must always be curving as per the gravitational forces of the sphere.
Curving water, Ranty? You mean like we see here in Blackpool? So Ranty, how would you rate your ability to understand these optical things now?
It's shocking. Using Google Earth, I am able to plot a line of sight and come to a hill called Mindy Fodden. The hill has an elevation of 178 metres at its high point.
And of course his main claim is that this grey smudge is Minion Bunafada or whatever the heck that's called, I don't know, some hill in Wales. Who can tell? It isn't very distinct though, is it? Might even be a fog bank. Does it actually match the width of the other mountain? Not sure. So as far as any actual evidence goes, Ranty, this is as weak as. So how good is this as evidence, Ranty?
It's shocking.
Oh, now what else can I get you to look at, Ranty? Oh yeah, I know. Those eclipsing satellites. Well, as of the time of recording, I've asked you 3 times to look at this, and each time you said you will. Ruhif has given you the link last week to look at them. Still nothing. Gleam spent 2 days of typing walls of text at Wolfie and me, but so far none of his claims hold any water. He tried to debunk this left, right and centre, but so far, no good. He tried intelligent clouds, Starlink, smog, angle attack, hot pixels, and who knows what else he tried. I can't remember now, it's too much. Everything but accepting this observation by Wolfie that he has done numerous times in the days leading up to the equinox is just it's just quite simply geostationary satellites passing through the Earth's shadow. And the time that they blink out for is matching exactly what has been predicted days before we did it. So guys, where is the flat Earth explanation for this? Well, Ranty, it seems that you're going to actually go and do a real job and earn real money, and you won't be doing so many live streams, or any at all perhaps. So your brand of flat earthery may just well be missed. You are the GOAT, the greatest of all times, globe prover. We salute you, Ranty, and we miss you, and we know you'll be back, unfortunately. Bye for now.
That was good. That was good.
That goat was the goat, though. Those horns.
I just typed in the side chat there. I was amazed when I saw the satellites disappearing. That had never occurred to me before. And I went, wow, that's amazing. Didn't think anything. Didn't say, no, that's weird. Why did they think, no, that's not right? When someone says, look, this is what happens when the satellites go into the Earth's shadow. Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense.
No, they're just turning their lights off.
Saving the batteries.
Yeah. No, I've known that one for a long time. It's hard to get
Had never
a good
occurred to
sight
me.
of a satellite moving overhead. Like even the low Earth orbit ones, you only get to see them like right before, right after sunset, really.
After sunset,
I've
just
never
before
heard.
sunrise, you'll see them.
That was amazing.
Directly overhead, you don't see that very often.
Yeah, but as normal people go, oh, wow, is that what? Oh, okay, that's fine. We accept it. And they all go, nah.
We
The
actually had quite
geostationary
an
ones are even. Sorry, Alan, go ahead.
And I said we had quite an unusual situation back in June, or June or July, where the ISS was doing really bright visible passes at midnight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And what did you say?
Was it over the pole?
No, because the ISS doesn't get that far north. The ISS only gets to about 55, 60 degrees north maximum.
Okay.
Well, I'm 55, so I can see it.
When it comes over the UK, it's usually to our south.
Well,
I think the one I got that was the one I photographed that came over at midnight had a maximum elevation of 80 degrees nearly, 79 degrees, something like that. So, yeah, it made it to almost 52.5 degrees north.
And it's quite fascinating watching it coming over from like the southwest.
It depends.
And then
on
it just vanishes when it gets to the east. It just poof, there it goes. Oh, so it's hitting the dark side. The dark side.
So what was the how was it lit up at midnight then? How was it not in the Earth's shadow at that point?
It would have been June because it was right around the time of the solstice.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would make
I think
sense.
we probably have like up here anyway, probably maybe 2 hours complete darkness.
We actually, Pip, between middle of May and middle of July, even here where I am down at 52.5 degrees, we don't get nighttime.
Okay, so
It only ever
kind of
gets to astronomical twilight.
Twilight. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So
Twitter light.
Twitter light,
Twitter
exactly.
light.
Yeah, astronomical Twitter light.
I think we should use that from now on. Bring it back.
Yeah. So yeah, the sun is not that far below the horizon, and yeah, even at 400 k's altitude, it's enough. It's enough for it to stay in the sunlight.
Yeah. Yeah, we had some crackers in June. We did. But I think ranting, whatever, it's just pure stupidity and ignorance. They just need to believe that it's not true for some reason. I was just looking in Terry's Show Your Shit, and Everett Anderson says ranty ditches flat Earth. Has anybody watched that one?
Yeah, we watched that earlier.
Yeah.
You watched it earlier? I'm gonna have to watch it later then. So is he giving up?
Apparently he's got a job.
A real one.
Oh my god. Who the hell would I am?
We were all wondering the same.
Doing what? Making biscuits or something?
Well, he said he's not going to be able to do any more streaming or anything, so...
Oh, that's a shame.
Crash test dummy?
Crash test dummy.
He's a dummy for the job, after all.
I would love to know what he's doing. That would be hilarious.
Oh, well, we'll finish up now. So, my nose is just running like a tap, so I get to talk in between.
Sniffles.
Yeah, trying to talk in between blowing my nose, so then I'll get a little bit of a grace period for a little while, and then that's it.
Allergies or just coming into spring and.
I think it's like an allergy sort of hay fevery thing.
Yeah.
I feel fine. Just woke up this morning early hours and nose just running like anything, and it's been windy for the last 2 or 3 days ish. So that's the only thing I can think of. It's like an allergy sort of thing.
Yeah. Okay.
When did it rain last down there?
About yesterday afternoon we had. Was it yesterday or the day before? We had like came over like it was cloud around but not much. It was blue sky and the sun was out. And next minute I hear this tack 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 on the roof in the carport and the garage like rain. But I thought, no, that's not rain. That's too heavy for rain. It was trying to hail. And then later on in the afternoon, about 2 hours later, we had the cloud come across in a bit of a storm, slight storm, sideways rain that blew for about half the day to that night, and then eased off early hours in the morning the next day.
Yeah, we got an impressive thunderstorm that sort of drizzled on me a little bit, but the lightning was great.
Was there lightning?
Yeah, I'm up on the Gold Coast, so it's a little bit different.
Oh,
it rained here about 2 hours ago. Does that help?
That's an old joke, that one with me with the lightning. That was way back.
Oh yeah, was it lightning?
Yeah, we said lightning.
Yeah. Terry had lightning.
Yeah, I had lightning here one time.
Just a little.
Yeah, little.
That's
an understatement.
One good storm here in Oz will give me more lightning flashes than I ever saw my whole life in New Zealand. We just don't get them.
Oh, we had it here that day. There was lightning, all right. Oh, thanks everyone. Thanks Alan. Thanks Monk. You're going to be a regular, you know, Monk. No, that you started a trend. Thanks General Black Sheep, John Bardeen.
Cheers, Derek.
Big Blue, and Pip. Latecomer Pip. Did you bring your late note?
Sorry, I had things to do.
Yeah, we do have a life outside of YouTube, people.
Yep.
Who do we have
Allegedly.
in the chat? Stewie, Dora, Elmigs, Room Fondle. Oh, there's this blue spanner out there, David McNichol. Dartman.
And an Alan Evans.
And Alan. Yeah, Alan weaseled the first one out of me. Who else is out there? I have to scroll up. Did I say Mira? Did I say... it looks like the same few people. Thank God it's flat. Oh, okay. Thank God it's flat. Looks like lurking out there. I can't scroll up any further. Professor Pineapple was
We
there.
need critical thinking.
Oh yeah, we need critical thinking. Yeah, you've probably got a longer screen where you can screen longer, because I can only screen a little bit here at the time. I have to scroll
Where's
up.
Wally was in earlier?
Yeah, earlier. Yeah, earlier. I don't know if he's still lurking or not. Okay then. Night Peanuts. We'll see you on... what's today? Today's today's Saturday, isn't it?
Saturday.
My Monday, I don't know what time. I'm trying different times in the daytime to try this earlier type stream in our daytime time. So it'll be any time between 12 and 3, 4. So I'll work it out.
Time.
Yeah, well, for you
So
guys,
we'll all be in bed.
yeah, I'm trying to get it where you for in Britain it'd be like, yeah, like late, say 12 o'clock, and then still early enough in the US time. So I don't know what time that'll be for us. I'd have to work it out.
What time is it now?
Yeah.
What time is it where you are? Oh my goodness,
It's
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock here, PM.
9 in the US and 2 here. Ooh.
Yeah, see, that's a perfect time for everyone else. If I streamed at this
But it's
time.
late. Yeah, but it's
late
late
here.
for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe I should start streaming late here, like 12 o'clock at night here. Oh shit, I'll just stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh dear. Wouldn't that take it out of me?
Oh, you just work around it. Do night shift.
What? You mean go up against Jose?
Well, nothing's much happening over there, is there?
No. Nope.
Well, I think he's on holiday, or he's been on holiday.
No,
so-
he's gone. He's been and gone. He's came back.
But
He's
he's still being boycotted, so
Ah.
quite boring.
Anyway, we're gone. I better press the button,
Okay.
otherwise we'll never get out of
Bye,
here.
Peanuts.
Good night, Peanuts.
Good peanuts.
Bye,
Night,
Regan.
everybody.
Monk, don't cut.
That's all right. Bye, Eureka Nuts.
You're just waiting for me to say something so that you can close the stream, right?
No, I'm not doing that.
No.
You usually got to wait till the end, or no, Paul's got to wait till the end